Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome, Professor Mali, this faculty development program.
Pleasure is this side, sir. Thank you. Hope your first two sessions are going good. Have gone good.
Yeah, and this session will also go in a perfect manner. Because the very first thing is for innovation, for product designing, everything we have to have some problems, and we have to deal with problems. We have to interact with problem, and definitely we can have better intelligence level of a person who has come out of different type of problems and different type of work exposures. Generally, we have the person's experts from one particular mode of his work, like in academics or in industry. But we have a different sort of personality here. For participants, I want to tell you that different type of personality who has worked with Indian Air Force for 10 years, have a different type of exposures, different type of product development for Indian Air Force. And now for last 14 years in academics at MNIT Jaipur. So definitely, Professor Halal, you have interacted so much time, so many problems and so many different situations, and definitely that's why you are able to file more and more patents than an ordinary professor in MNIT. So your work in research innovation is really very extraordinary, and you have been very kind for other students also. You are providing the counseling information for filing the patent, IPR conferences, what you are conducting at regular interval. So we are having you. Definitely, we are fortunate to have your session, especially 2 sessions we are having. So thank you for being with us, and I request you to start your presentation.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. In fact, the pleasure is this side, and in fact, the way Professor Uddhav and you have raised the level, introduced things. Now only I can disappoint you that I might not deserve your praises. But I'll do my level best to interact with your participants, particularly in this afternoon session, day 1 session. So, Dr. Uddhav, if you let's make a kind of interaction. So,
Sure.
since I'm not able to get those chat comments here, I'll request you to read those chats intermittently. Is it okay, sir?
Sure. Yes, sure.
Yeah. So let's start. I think thank you, ECB, Atal Academy, and everyone, those who made these things possible. For I think 200 odd participants from across India. It's a good initiative, possibly, that we are able to interact so remotely to talk about each other's research areas, to talk about some best practices, because everybody does some best practice, has some best practice in terms of yeah. Is it okay? Am I audible, sir? Screen is
Yes,
there. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So I request participants to mute so that we'll have an opportunity to interact during chat session, or if organizers permit, we'll request you to unmute and then speak. Okay. So thank you for being in this room, all of you. Let's talk about the the concept of design thinking today. So I'm sure many of you may be knowing, but in case those who are new to design thinking, the way I was some 5-6 years back, it will be my pleasure to introduce those of you with this wonderful concept. We'll talk about, because your course is on product development, product as well as its prototyping, right? So let us see that how this word called design thinking will be coming here, but it may not be coming here in the starting, but I want you to appreciate in the beginning what does the product mean, what are the flow of the product, how it is realized. But before realization, I think we need to go for a word called design. So I'm sure many of you are or all of you are aware of it. Most of you are faculty members, but I want you to take this journey. So we'll take around maybe 30 minutes talking about this word called product and productivity and design and the flow of all those. And in the product development, when the word design comes, designers come and design thinking comes, right? So we'll take this, and then we'll have some kind of scenarios which are suitable for design thinking, and we'll try to understand design thinking as the academician's word particularly. Then of course we have done some kind of product development. We want to do some kind of case studies today. So one will be there on prime bag, and second will be there on some kind of processes, remanufacturing and all those. So this is the flow of the content which you are looking forward. Moving next, let us understand what is a product. So I need not to tell you that what is a product, because we see so many things, tangible, intangible. So a product is definitely a man-made product. Other tangible things which are not man-made is like grains which are manufactured in, which are like produced in the farms by the farmer. But otherwise those products, but let me tell you, products need not to be all the time tangible. So what is a product? An article or a substance that is manufactured or refined for sale particularly. So this is what the word meaning of product is. A thing or a person is also a product. Say for example, many of you are in academics and your products are your students. So a thing or a person that is a result of an action or a process is also a product. So these are the two definitions of a product, right? From my point of view, I hope Professor Sharma must have talked to you about all this. He has a nice DIC lab in IIT Roorkee. So when moving next, this is for the sake of completeness, we are just trying to move in. So what do you see, these two products? One product is tangible, another product is non-tangible. Both are products. So what do you, can anybody identify? I think no guess to identify this. This is iPhone i12. And then this is what your Google as a product. It's a wonderful product. It has plethora of particular products within this the umbrella of Google, right? Then so when we see other products, it is not only that product has to be commercial, it could be very close to our heart. Since Professor Chaudhary told me that I had a defense background, so one of the wonderful product which whom we can be proud of is BrahMos. So this is also a product, right? And similarly, the product which may not be that, though it's a necessary evil for all of us. Water should be free, it should be easily available. Most countries have the piped water. Anywhere, any water we can go and drink, but unfortunately the quality of water being supplied by municipality sometimes may not be that good. That's what we have good in MNIT. We are supplied with Bisalpur water. Oh, this packaged water is also a product, right? So I want you to, or let us take this journey of a product. It need not to be all the time tangible, mechanical in nature. It can be electronics integrated, or let's see what are those peculiarities of a product. Okay, so moving next, what is peculiarity of a product? So product can be a tangible product, it can be a non-tangible, intangible product. Okay, you need to see that every time serious international or the intentional efforts are put in. It will not come away nahi aayega. It will has to be you have to put lots of efforts to get this work done. Efforts are required to make this product realized. Okay, then it will only come when you have sustained, continuous, and lots of iterations. Please, iteration means just evolve multiple times, fail, evolve, and then your product will come out. It could be in the form of an item, as I told you, tangible, or it could be services. Okay, then sometimes the product can be the face of the organization. If you have, say for example, IIT student, so IIT is known by the undergrads who graduate from IIT, or the student who has graduated from ECB, or any other organization. If you get a product, the company name sometimes we forget, and the product reminds us that is the face of it. Okay, so then is, before we talk about a product, the initial seed of the product is, the seed part is design, right? So let us understand the word about the seed, and the seed of anything, as I told in the beginning, that there are lots of Hindi movies, and when we see those Hindi movies, and sometimes the actor comes and say my designs are approved and I won this thing and that thing. So let us understand the word design. So what is design? Design upon the look and functioning. Say it could be like the initial sketches of a building or a garment or an object, or so that you can have detailed elaboration about that particular product in the beginning. So we all know design is done by designers, and we say there are lots of words for designers. Lots of, I mean, 70% money, 30% money is involved in design, 70% in the realization. On the other hand, 70% cost is committed during design. This is what people say, those who are conventional designers, that if you don't make a good design, during design itself you have invested so many things, so much of investment has been done, that how the future product will come out like this and what is the realization will take place. So this is what the design is. So design is a plan or a drawing produced by to look and function and working of a building could be design, a garment, or all those things could be design. I'm sure you are aware of it. Okay, so what you see here is some of the designs which have been shown over here. So some of the wonderful design, you may have various products. Say this is a product. What you see in my hand, a pen, is a product. So they are all products, but initially when they are designed with some concept, so that particular concept could be referred as a design. Okay, so now we'll talk about what this freehand sketching and actual design and what those fundamentals mean for us. So when we say aspects of the design, let us go in detail. And there are three terms which are essential for a design. One is the human, all of us for whom the product is made. Second is the form, and third is the function. So now is the time, if you want, you can write in your chat box. If you are a mechanical engineer or electronics engineer, or if you are an engineer itself, are you dealing in human mostly, or dealing in form, or dealing in function? I want an answer. Either human ka you can write H, you can write F for form, or 1 or 2 or 3. So looks up, if you get some answers, you can read those. Udhavji, so let's interact. It's the afternoon session. People are sitting at their home. So do I get an answer? Most of the engineers are there. Most of the engineers, I'm saying, are they supposed to deal in human aspect of design, or form aspect of design, or function aspect of design? That's the question. Is it H, F, or M? Is it H, form, or function? Both are F, of course. So we can say function, or form, or human. Any answer, sir? In the chat, or I can see the chat here. All of those, okay, but mostly function aspects. Very nice, Dr. Reddy, you are right on track. So most of the engineers are dealing with the functionality, but what about the form? Who deals with the form mostly? Say you imagine your students who have made a product in a lab. The product will be a kind of group product with lots of wires hanging here and there. Of course, nobody will buy that, but if you have to get into the market level, it has to be dealt with the form. So form means most of the industrial designers or people from, say, NIT Ahmedabad, let me see some premier institutes, those are the people who deal with the form. So they functionality is covered by most of the people like mechanical engineers, electronics engineers, but form is done by these industrial design people. And so this domain is coming in the intermediate domain is coming as industrial designers. Is the word clear? Function and form. Functionality is one area. So I remember one competition. I was trying to be a jury in Mumbai, where NIT and lots of students were there from engineering institutes. So those people, they designed a nice drone, but when I tried to inquire about the functionality part of it, they said it's dummy from inside. That means they only look for the form, not for the functionality. But when our students make something, it is only the functionality, not much about the forms. So we'll have to deal with both. So that is this domain, interdisciplinary domain, is coming as industrial design. Very similarly, if you have some form, say the form shape, the form of the pen or whatever it is, it has to be deal with the humans, the ergonomics and all kind of things. It has to be in the form of a communication design. So this domain comes as communication design, humans and forms. But this is the area where I am interested in, and that area is this designer's domain, or whereby we looking at humans or looking at these people, if we can do some kind of functionality. So it could be those designers which will be referred. So I'll try to say there are two types of possibilities. One, let me say, a conventional designers, or designers whom there had been some kind of product development since centuries. So let us focus on conventional way of designing, where the watch has been designed, the pen had been designed, or you see all products around you from the companies, various firms, they have designed. But we will also talk about another term called industrial, this design thinking. But when we go for design thinking, let us understand the other word called rational thinking, because until unless we see all around lots of products, everywhere we see products. So they are all made by this rational thinking, or the thinking need of the society, or people sitting across the world, maybe Europe or USA. They must have designed your mobile phone, your mouse, your laptop, and you are using it. There is nothing wrong in that. But that let me see that has come from this rational thinking or this designer's aspect. Okay, so before we talk about design thinking, let us ponder into this designer's aspect. Okay, so when I say design, so any design, whether it has to come from rational thinking or design thinking, let's see. Let's not introduce design thinking right now. But when I say any product, it has to be any design has to be based on utility. It has to be based on peculiarity. It has to be based on having some kind of distinguished feature, some kind of ergonomics, some kind of safety aspect, its unique selling point, its marketing strategy, or whatever, how this has to go to the ultimate user, or whether the organization who is trying to make this, whether it is the services, the humans, or product or services, whatever it is. So how they will be dealing with. So utility is one. This is what we mean by utility. So look at a wheel, which had been a wheel, any century-year-old product, but this is continuously evolving. So what is the great thing in wheel? See, this was first developed by any circular object, which revolutionized the transportation, right? The way fire has revolutionized Homo sapiens' life, similarly, these wheels have revolutionized. But you still see lots of wheel development is happening. Look at this single wheel, which is being used as a transportation. So it has to be having a utility. So utility is say transportation here. Then say peculiarity. The product here is a stapler, but look at this. For one kind of customer or kind of people whom they are interested in, this is referred as the peculiarity. Okay, so I think this could be inspired by nature or inspired by something, but that it can have a kind of peculiarity is another word. Then the third word could be ergonomics. Say what you see around in your, it's a typical electromechanical product, whereby it will have lots of electronic circuitries inside, injection molded parts are there, and they are assembled mechanically and all sort of things. So from this printer to this printer, keyboard to this keyboard, and then of course to this keyboard. So why? Because whenever you use regularly, those operators use regularly, when they use the keyboard, they will have some kind of strain on their hands, wrist problem, and then this could be a better design or an ergonomic design. Let us see, ergonomically designed keyboard. So this has to have a ergonomic aspect. Then it could be safety aspect. Whenever you design a place, design another product, all safety aspects have been taken care of or not, that is another part of design. Then a unique selling point of a design. This is the bike which I love, because when I got my first job, I could buy a second-hand RX100, Yamaha RX100. This was a bike of my first love kind. So this bike to this bike, the same bike is now stopped, but this kind of bikes are now coming in. So when you have, now if you ask anybody, they will not be able to look at this bike. They will like to, any young person or Gen X person will like to ride this kind of bike. But that does not mean, so what is the unique selling point? So these two aspects has to be coming in terms of design aspect. Then what are the steps of engineering or a product design? So what are the steps of engineering design or ultimately lead to product design, product development? But we are only dealing up to prototypes. We are not moving the next step. Next step we'll see tomorrow. We'll only handle up to prototype. That means the first product, the first thing which has come after design will be referred as prototype. So we'll see, even if you are talking about the steps of the design. So first the ideation, those cases, then you make a design proposal. Design proposals are very, very critical stages because that is a serious effort which has gone in. And then of course the feasibility analysis, and finally the prototypes. So when I see, if I look at those Hindi movie references which I was giving, say, if you say that somebody says that my designs have been approved, that means design proposals have been approved. Design proposals have been approved, and or some funding has gone, whether it's a government funding or a private funding or whatever funding, it has gone to move it further. So carry on the feasibility analysis and make prototypes and do iterative things so that you can get ultimately a product. It has so many things which we'll talk tomorrow, but at least these 4 words we should be knowing: the ideation of the sketches, the early stage. Tomorrow we'll talk about something known as TRL, technology readiness level, but at least the ideation, the prototype, this design proposal and feasibility analysis, and finally prototyping. If prototyping doesn't mean only you have 3D printing, then only prototyping will happen. We'll talk about that. So these are the 4 steps of a design for a product to be reaching closer to this prototyping. So what do you see these sketches? These are all various ideas. You can have a kettle like this, or a product like this, or a watch like this. So you can, there are lots of designs which are right now available. There are lots of soft websites where you can buy designs, you can upload designs, you can get your designs, money in place of design like this. Those things are possible. So these are all designs early sketch cases. So when I say design proposal, this is a little crowded slide, but let me see what this design proposal has to be. So design proposal has to have these things. So first thing is, it is talking about the product, of course. It has to have the complete portfolio management, particularly why that particular need has been satisfied by this particular design, or of course all sort of procedural aspects. So those are all management, project management or project design level. But the important part, if you look for any kind of design, it has to meet the requirements, it has to be appealing, it has to be having a kind of practicality or a feasibility, and budget of course has to come in. So these are the things which will be taking care during design aspect, and the detailed document will be referred as design proposal. So design proposal will filter out these things. Say, yeah, it is like those who, when you talk to the student, I am famously reminded by example when we were students, or even the students say that is a huge syllabus, ek balti syllabus hai, and then we do some teaching learning. So एक मग टीचिंग लर्निंग करते हैं, उसमें से एक ग्लास हम उसको, एक ग्लास या एक टम्बलर या मतलब थोड़ा सा क्वांटिटी, सो बिग क्वांटिटी टू huge quantity to the small quantity, we are able to grasp what is being taught, and then syllabus is so big, and then filter, ultimately we reach out to some kind of few drops of something. So that is what, say, there are desires. So what you want to make, any designer to think on in this direction, that is a desirability. Then feasibility is very important. You may think that you like to do, even those who are doing PhD or master scholars, they think that they want to do so many things, but what is feasible, what is best and feasible for what you want to do, that in that particular case will be referred from feasibility. And finally, actual, how much how the performance has come out is your actual. So this, based on your design proposal, this will be filtered through. This will be filtered through, and your design proposal will cater to all these processes. Okay. So if you don't do that, you will end up doing something known as not able to move in the direction, or not able to be on the ground. That's what his design proposal will look for. Then of course, feasibility analysis. So once you have the design proposal, the next thing you should be doing that, or you can ask for others can do your feasibility analysis for any design, whether it is feasible in terms of finances, in terms of capacity utilization, whether what are the kind of supply and demand, whether the customers will get satisfied with this, and all sort of that thing. So this will be referred as feasibility analysis. So we are only talking about design aspect. Once that analysis has been done, it is passing through that particular criteria, then of course we'll move on to the prototyping. So prototyping, you can have initial sketches were there, but you have they won't work. You will have better drawings, better complete drawings or sketches will be could be one part of prototyping. It could be digital prototyping, all kind of CAD CAM CAE, those particularly mechanical people, we do CAD CAM and CAE, or of course electronics people do. The Cadence could be your CAD tool for all kind of circuitries, and then you go carry out kind of analysis or simulation, that will be CAE, computer engineering. So that is nothing but digital prototyping. So it will be referred as digital prototyping. Then if you have a product in terms of tangibility, you can go for modeling it using clay or metal or wood or whatever it is. Even since all of you are engineers here, I can definitely say that if you have a product, say for example, if you make a pattern, when do you use pattern? If you have to make a casting product, a casted product. When you want to make a casted product, first you make a pattern for this. So pattern could be made out of thermocol, clay, or whatever it is, or wood. So the pattern is deposited inside the mold, and then you pour your molten material, and then you get your product done. So that is your nothing but your prototype. So based on this term called RPT, rapid prototyping, and rapid tooling has come. That we'll talk some other time, or maybe in the end of it. Okay. Or if you give me feedback, I'll cover in my tomorrow's class. Okay. So RPT is rapid prototyping, or RT is rapid tooling. So the pattern could be tool, or you can refer it as a prototype. So those are, but that doesn't mean everything will happen. Of course, now things have revolutionized with a concept called additive manufacturing. We may talk tomorrow further for this. There are 7 families of additive manufacturing. We can, I think you may be knowing, otherwise we can cover about it. But the rapid prototyping is one which is based on this CAD CAM CAE technology knowledge. Okay. Then otherwise you can have lots of other conventional materials which can be used for making prototyping. So what do you see here? Why at all you need a rapid prototyping? Because sometimes the design is very complex, so you need to make it quickly, you need to make it precisely. So you may use it. Say this is an example of a typical head of a dinosaur. So this will be looking like different shapes and sizes, and this is highly organic. So conventionally you cannot make. So you may use rapid prototyping. So there are X number of printers, X number of printer makers. There are lots of technologies. If you want, we can cover tomorrow, else someone else will cover for you. Okay. So that is what is your product to design to prototyping aspect. So these 3 things we talked about, and we take a quick review here in last 25 minutes or so, that we wanted to talk about humans, form, functionality, and this will get realized by design, and then of course to so many iterations in between, and of course the proto, and of course here also multiple iterations. Okay. So moving now, we talked about the conventional way, what happens in factories, so many products you see all around. Why get into this domain? Should we learn about it? Why Professor Chaudhary has covered this topic in this? All those answers will be coming soon, but this cannot be forgotten. That means conventionally what is happening inside design world, designers, or you see lots of buildings and all those things. So people are doing work, people are making things for the sake of profit, or maybe I don't know, the sake of charity and all those, but that is happening. So we just covered this. If any question is there, Dr. Madhav, we can quickly answer that in the chat box. Udav Saab, sorry. If there is a question up to now, just trying to relate you to the conventional design aspect for a product and its realization. So please put in your chat if you have any question. Dr. Reddy says no. Anyone else? So let us, we can spend another 5-10 seconds. If you have any question up to now. Okay, so moving next. And the next thing is, let us understand design thinking. But before we move on to design thinking, let us talk about these scenarios. Okay, so what do you see here? What do you see here? Anybody? You can just put in your chat box what kind of stuff's available here. I mean, what kind of scenarios they are. They are all taken once if you Google up India poor photographs, you will get this kind of images. The net is full of it. So I'm just pausing here and seeking your feedback. What you see all around, what we see all around, what those products are there around us. If you have money, you can buy iPhone 12, you can buy a good car or a good building flat, you can buy anywhere in this world. But what is this all around? See what you see. So I just want you to, I want your reactions to be captured very quickly, possibly. So there are problems, yes. Dr. Hema says there are problems, yes. I see difficulties, sir. Some poor people, yes. Okay. Dhirendra Kumar is saying some poor people. Okay. So that's what Dhirendra, you are rightly saying, real problems. Okay, great. Social issues, great. Good that you interacted. So not availability, challenges faced by human beings, life of people must be improved, great. Okay, so I think you are all fantastic people. Aveji, I'm hats off to you. Unemployment, poverty, okay. Life of poor people with lots of problems due to poverty and education, okay. Is social issues in real world, okay, great. Okay, so we stop here. Thank you for being so interactive. So now when you see these kind of images, what you see is a kind of a fact check. You see that though you are studying in ECB, though you are a faculty in some good college, so you are from a well-to-do family, but this is also the world is. Okay, so now that this is the world, of course, if you are not from this domain, we need not to bother about it. But if you think that we are all supposed to do some solvers, we are supposed to be designers, we are supposed to be problem solvers, improving the life of others. We are an engineer. Yesterday I was attending a ICT syllabus making meeting with, and then one professor there gave a wonderful, Professor Amitabh Ghosh sir told that as engineers are supposed to, inhale science and exhale what? Products. Such a wonderful talk in terms of these yogic terms. So inhaling science. So engineers should be knowing pretty good knowledge about science, and that science knowledge is not sufficient. We should be having an eye on the society and exhaling the solution for the society. That's what the right word was. So once you take on these things, it's fine, and that means all of you have a very good heart. And we know that Indians have an excellent heart. That means we are all very kind people, and we do lots of charity. That's why possibly India has lots of beggars. Whether you go to our temples, mosques, anywhere, bus stand, you'll find people begging, and then they also find it sometimes more profitable relative to comparing to getting some doing some job. So there is a reason for this, and we want to decode this today. We want to decode these problems and how engineering people, how people like us can solve that. Difference in approach and difference in approach, we want to relate it. So let us see what you see here is, I don't have to relate it. We'll come back to this slide later on if required. But it is not a matter of unemployment. It is not a pure matter of social issues in terms of we are only showing pathetic. We need not to talk about this, but they definitely need our attention, because there are our people, and we don't solve their problem, and nobody from Europe or USA or Japan will come and solve their problems. Okay, and if you don't solve their problems, probably it will be beyond certain way. But mind it, we cannot solve the problem by having pity on them, by having sympathizing them. We cannot solve. So we have to understand these two terms: what is sympathy and what is something known as empathy. So that's what we should be moving in. So दया करके नहीं करना है किसी को, किसी का rightful right दिलाने के point of view से अगर सोचेंगे, that we'll see. So that's the thought, and solving, we'll see those problems. I'm trying to give the words to these problems. There are undefined problems because you don't see what is the problem here. Say maybe because even if you make some X number of houses, the problem will not get sorted out. And what is the problem with these two kids? Not a problem. Whether it is a problem or not, I don't know. What you see here is patient with a disease called clubfoot, which has not been treated, or someone who is working here. This image I took from Bikaner, because they make lots of sweets in Bikaner. So these people are there, they are working. Sometimes they are very happy. This sometimes very happy working in this field. Absolutely not a problem. And you remember the Nayak movie? People want to live in Jhuggi Jhopadi. Even if you put them, give them houses, they will come back and stay here. I don't know for what reasons. Do you know for what reasons? Nobody knows. If you look at, there are self-respecting people. So if you try to tell these workers, construction workers, you try to give something additional to them, possibly they will be, if your approach is not right, they will not accept right kind of, what if you think they are right tools, they will not accept. Okay, so because there are multiple issues, there are attitude related issues, the problems have been unmet. That means they don't know whether it is a problem or not. Attitude, culture, defined definition of problem is not at all there. So let us move into this territory where, because product mobile will be made by someone, pen will be made by someone, but definitely these, if you think these are all issues and these are the things we need our attention, they have to be done by people like us only. Okay, here also I am taking your attention here. So what is your input here? What you will say for this scenario? This I have taken from anywhere in Jaipur itself, this image. So what is this? The dustbin is there. It has been placed. It has been placed well. Lots of efforts have gone. Lots of investments have gone. But people are not using it. So how people can use it? Can engineers do something so that this is usable? So again, your inputs, please. I have opened the chat box. Anyone? So I am not here. Koi Gyani Baba nahi hai who will be just giving you lots of gyan and then I'll deliver a power lecture. Let us understand this problem in terms of design thinking, and then this is mindset of human being. Okay, great. Design changes are required. Okay, design changes are required. Great. Dr. Reddy, nicely appreciated. Dr. Momin, yes, mindset of human being. Okay, what else? So mindsets are not, how can we change the mindset? And what design changes you're looking for? And it should be convenient to be used. Okay, sometimes it may not be convenient. Place a music device which will attract users. Okay, illiteracy or literate people. Okay, oh right. Then the placement of dustbin and easy to use. Okay, So those are the things which you think that it can solve the problem. Training is required to use it properly. Okay. So there is some X number of replies, and you are right in saying those things can be worked with. Okay. And how I have taken a very simple example, and a simple which is popularly known video also, which you might have seen. So I'll show you this. Can you see the audio also? So the problem which had been attempted to be solved, and you already hinted, one of you hinted, that if you make a kind of a display device or a music device or any kind of systemic device, if you throw some garbage in the dustbin, and if somebody says that it has been placed right well, you will ensure that you will hit your target. And if it is not done, it will not be. Sometimes you don't know, you don't care, you have thrown it, and if it is there. So a simple case study which has been done in terms of design thinking, which I'll tell you with whose reference I'm talking to. So a simple dustbin with a small circuitry. You look at. Could you see the audio also, sir?
Audio is not available.
Audio. So I think I have to do some changes so that you can listen this music as well. So no audio, right? So shall I go back and do some changes here? When I say share with sign mutes, because I usually do the Teams platform, and there I have option to share my meeting window. So let me do it again. When I share, it should ask me share with the audio. Anybody expert here who can guide me? Automatically optimize, because I am. Anyone? Anyone can unmute and tell me? Okay. Sorry for that. I still couldn't get the audio.
Sir, just try to share entire screen, sir.
Try to share.
Entire screen.
Okay,
Instead
entire
of
screen.
window.
Okay.
Yeah, instead of window.
Okay, we can do that. But entire screen is not an issue here. It's the issue of audio. So for that, usually Teams
include system sound.
Sorry. Come back.
Include system sound, sir, in that.
Include system sound. Yeah, I'm looking for that tab. When it will come, ma'am? Tell me. When it will come? At what place?
When you share your screen, no, that time it will come.
Okay. When I'm sharing, it is supposed to tell me, but I couldn't find where it is. Include system sound. It comes in Teams wonderfully.
Yeah, just share it, please.
Yeah.
And
okay,
you will see right top corner.
Right top corner. Yeah, there are some buttons here.
You will see automatically optimize, and just inside of that button, right side.
Okay, manage
there is
panel.
A small, no. Share content. When you share your content.
Okay, shared.
Just follow this. First, you click the share.
Okay, I'll do it again. So I'm clicking share.
Now you find this share content window.
So you are saying me to find the share content window. I found screen 1.
No,
use-
right, extreme right, where you find that window closer switch, that close switch is there. Just below that, there is
எவ்வளவு
a
போடுறீங்க?
Automatically optimize. Yeah. Optimize for text and image. Optimize for motion and video. Optimize for motion and video, right?
நாட்டிலே போட்டுரும்.
no, just
I
beside
think
this.
I got it. I think I got it. It is saying don't share your computer audio. That means I said yes. I'll share it. So share. Now you tell me.
பாபு சாரா?
Get it? Thank you. So what you see here is
இல்ல அந்த டீடைல் வேணும் முதல்ல. வனிதா அந்த இந்த டீடைல் வேணும். இல்ல கூகுள் ஃபார்ம் போட்டு அதுலயே வந்துராது. ஆமா ஆமா சரி சரி.
so it's a Volkswagen case study, and I want you to appreciate those who are not speaking. Please mute yourself. Okay, thank you. And what is the inference out of it? It says that the dustbin which were, it is not a case like only in India that the garbage is lying out of dustbin, but you will find many places. And then this has another case study. And what you saw in the previous case, now the garbage collection has gone some 41 kg in a day, which used to be 3 to 4 kg per day. That means people were getting around, they were coming and throwing it inside, even if the garbage doesn't belong to them. What do you see here? Anyone? What is the scenario? Scenario is any metro station or any bus station. These days we have in railway station also elevators. So everybody is after this elevator, right? So now how can you ensure that people also use stairs which are so wide here comparing to the escalators? And you see everywhere. So any idea? I'm looking for your chat. So nice. So that's what. Put some kind of put the incentive. So this video will sell, the Volkswagen video will sell, they'll put some piano, some music. But what you will do as an Indian to ensure this? That's my question. Okay, Dr. Sujay K, tell me what you would do in a Kochi metro station. You are saying healthy tips for a single. Okay, then very good, Sujay. Anyone else? So and how
sir,
it has come? Yeah.
Sir, to attract kids, some paintings are there, means for each kids will try to get they will avoid escalator and they will use a step at that time, sir.
Okay, so the moral of the story is this is not a conventional design or conventional designers. It's a wonderful design. There is an escalator here. There is lots of stairs planned, and design is wonderfully done for all kind of emergency exit and all sort of thing. So wonderful designers have worked on it, but still there is the mindset change has to take place. And as somebody said, for those who have not seen this video, what you see here, this case study again from Volkswagen. Can we get more people to choose the stairs? What has been done? Redesigning of your stairs, right? So as somebody said, see, these are all humans. Developed countries or underdeveloped countries or developing countries. See the human behavior. No pity has been done. Nobody has sympathized with them. Their behavior code changed. What help that team. So 66% is a great number, I think. See. Okay, here we are. So now the question is how the solutions have been arrived. Thank you for your so interactive. I think we wanted this kind of thing so that the monotony will go away and this afternoon everybody gets interacted. So how the solutions have been arrived here or world over for their problems. The solution lies in design thinking, right? Let us understand design thinking now. We are all set to understand design thinking. I want some yes from all of you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ram Kumarji. So let us see design thinking. What design thinking is. So design thinking, what it is, if you understand it in full term, it is a mindset also, a process also. It is not only a mindset, but it is also a process. So it's a combination of a mindset and a process, which has to be understood by local people, by indigenous people, and it is not a others cannot solve your problem. That you understand the word endemic, ENDEMIC. Can anybody tell me the endemic plant of Rajasthan, Jodhpur, which might not be there? The endemic has its extension is pandemic, which you are aware of it, which is everywhere. Pandemic. But what is endemic? Which is related to local. So that's what, if you have to appreciate design thinking, it has to be appreciated in terms of a mindset. So only through contact, observation, and empathy. Let us understand this word empathy with end users. So if you understand the empathy and empathize end users, what you saw in the beginning can help design solutions that will fit into their environment. So it is not that any kind of solution will work for them. You have to understand, connect, observe people, and empathize with those who are going to use it. Then only you can design solutions and they will be. So that is your mindset, right? Second part is it's a process. Add up opposing to what we thought. We have this problem. Let us jump onto the straight way, the brainstorm and solve it. No. In this case, the technology, what technology is useful, what way things can be done. So this sequence of process can be worked upon. So that is, it is a mindset as well as a process. So I'll talk about design thinking in terms of its process. So first step is empathize. That means we don't know the word empathy much about, but let us understand the empathy in the next slide. But let us understand that this mindset problem is done by empathy. For anything else, once you have a problem, once you have solved once you have a problem, you think that there's a problem, there is a need of something. Say what is the development of a nano car case study. So nano car case study is like that. It came in papers, of course, some 30 years back. Ratan Tata was traveling to Ahmedabad, crisscrossing through the city. He saw a two-wheeler, a bike. So a bike is being ridden by a husband, wife, and that there was a other kid was standing here, and the wife was carrying one kid. So he thought that in place of this two-wheeler ride, can he convert into a four-wheeler ride? So this two-wheeler can be converted to a four-wheeler. That may be an empathy part, but once that he has empathized and whatever business idea he found, based on this, he came up. So this is not that nano becomes so successful or that, but it was an idea. Based on this idea, what they did, they defined a problem, they ideated, they prototyped, and they finally tested, and then went to the market, right? So what are the steps? Empathize, then define, then ideate, then proto. So what do you see? Define is a problem defined, and ideate is nothing but your all kind of sketches which you have seen, and then making the prototype. So this is nothing but design. Ideate is nothing but design. what you have seen in the previous, since last 1 hour, design part, and the design has to be prototyped and then it has to be tested. So that is one part. Only thing differentiating it is this empathize. Okay, and we will be focusing on empathy, the word empathy. All right. So shall we move forward? When we see empathy in the beginning, so that doesn't mean it is one-time activity. What is required is this whole process of design thinking, or if you just look at this design development process, if you are thinking in terms of design thinking, it is a mindset problem, then every time you have to be making iterative things. This is what literature says, and I took it from here, Tim Ogilvy's theory. So it says empathize, then ideate, define of course, and then ideate, but you have to go back to prototype and go back again to empathize. You make a prototype and again go back to the definition and see whether it is there as a definition or not. You can straightway go to ideate without defining sometimes. So this is a highly iterative process, but the process is simple, and those engineering students, all of us studied in our machine design or instrumentation design or whatever, electronics design or power design you have studied, we move in this diet. So we have a problem statement, or what we call it as a need analysis. This is what we have done. Then we have ideate, and then we make a proto, and then test it. So this is all a conventional design or a design process. It was a design which was initially it was referred as serial design, and then we started doing it at parallel design. So what we parallel means, you have to come back to any of the stages. Okay, so parallel, or in mechanical engineering we refer it as concurrent. So I want to tell you here that when you out of bloom, or it is not something great which has just like that, that means other than 5 steps, 1 step only is different, right? And let us see what this difference in statement means. Okay, so first step, shall we focus on the first step? Now please appreciate, does anybody know the difference between a word called empathy and sympathy? Or let us see what is empathy. So when I say empathy, again I took it from literature. When we try to decode design thinking, empathy has to be done first, and empathy means the user-centered approach. What is the approach? The user-centered approach to problem solving is the one word which can be written for empathy. Now, once you have empathy word understood, what is this empathy means? See the world of the user, understand the feelings of the user, appreciate them as human beings, communicate your understanding with the end user. So this is what is written for empathy. But mind you, I got this 6 years back. These fundamentals I understood 6 years back. I mean, I was introduced 6 years back, but I did not understand much about it. When I understood much about it, very recently, maybe during the last lockdown, let me tell you, I was going through some kind of videos, and I found one gentleman. So if you have to understand this empathy and sympathy, how will you differentiate? Before I tell you who has taught me empathy, the difference between empathy and, so there is an answer here. Empathy is understanding the consumer's feeling. Okay, then what is sympathy? You are saying understanding, right? You are saying understanding. Then what is the meaning of sympathy? Dr. Sarnu, would you like to differentiate empathy and sympathy?
Yes, sir. Empathy is understanding the consumer's feeling, and
Yeah.
sympathy means, sympathy maybe it is kindness towards the consumers, that
Okay.
satisfaction towards the consumers, such that quality products can be assured.
Okay, very good. So now I have, I think you rightly interacted. Now let us see a small story which I'll share with you, which I heard from a gentleman whom I'm going to introduce in next slide. So there were 3 friends, friend A, B, and C. 3 dost hain. Maybe you can take their age. They are teenagers, right? They are teens. three friends are there, good friends. It need not to be, boys or girls, or it could be mix or all three boys or three girls. Now, what happened? This the person B or the teen B, his mother dies. She is no more. And they are all very close friends. Right? So now both obviously A and B will go to B, both A and C will go to B's house because of his or her mother has died. Now there are two scenarios here. A is having both his father and mother, both are living, and C's father is there, but a year back her mother has died out of cancer. End of theirs, B's house, who will be able to sympathize and who will be able to empathize with B? So what is their attitude, behavior difference, or understanding difference, or whatever you can call it? What lies the difference between the overall attitude of A towards B and overall attitude of C towards B? Anyone? So when we use these words, when we say I'm sorry for that, and we call all kind of use English words for that, or Hindi word, or any language words for that. We sometimes don't mean that, but we will definitely speak something. So the question is, A will be able to say, but he doesn't have any kind of understanding of the situation where somebody's parent dies, because he is fortunate, he is lucky to have both his parents alive. So that doesn't mean he is not happy, he will not, he is not upset, or he doesn't understand, he is not able to give right feelings to the B, but he will definitely sympathizing to B. On the other hand, since C also has felt the pain very recently because of his mother dying, he or she, when goes to B, will definitely able to say that I understand your pain, what you are thinking. Even not, but empathize. So that's the first difference I want you to appreciate. Is it okay? Now, the first word meaning between empathy and sympathy, I tell you, I found lots of talk between the differentiating between these two words, empathy and sympathy. So as one of you rightly said, sympathy is the ability to feel. It is the ability. Feel pain and suffering of others is referred as sympathy. But this word meaning itself will have lots of difference of attitude for all of us. On the other hand, empathy is the ability to understand not only suffering, because it is not always the suffering, even the moods and mental state of others, that is empathy, right? So if as a designer, if you are empathizing something, that means you understand moods and mental state of others. This need not to be always suffering. So sympathy is always suffering. You will get sympathy when you see somebody in a dire situation, but it need not to be all the time dire situation. So understanding even their happiness in normal state or suffering, any kind of feeling, so understanding that is empathy. Okay, it can be of three types. It can be cognitive, then relating yourself to the emotion of others is emotive, and then doing something compassionately, doing something or feeling some kind of compassion with that is known as compassionate. So this empathy word has these three words which I differentiated. On the other hand, sympathy is always with the suffering, and please do understand, people don't want pity on them. If you take poorest of the poor, if you try to, what happened during COVID times, I don't want to digress from the topic, but any kind of donation, any kind of help people want to do, they'll take selfie and then post it. So it was so pathetic for the person who is receiving the help, right? So on the other hand, if it is empathy, if somebody is empathizing with somebody who is in need of it, or I don't know, not only normal condition or suffering, but even in happiness, that means it. So sympathy is also emotive. We feel emotional with somebody, we feel compassionate with somebody, and so please do understand these are the terms taken from subjects like ethics, psychology, emotional intelligence, philosophy, aptitude, moral science, which we have learned in our school days, right? But our feelings. So what are empathy and sympathy? They are our feelings or action or behavior towards our fellow human beings, or sometimes even to animals, or sometimes even to fictional characters. We see movies, we empathize so much with the sorry, or and we try to do something, or I don't know situation, what kind of situation it is. I remember one small case in 2007. I was in a conference to Malaysia, and the conference registration was going on. There were two faculty ladies were sitting, and not much crowd was there. So, and when I was trying to register, they say we started chatting, and they say, "Why do you watch?" She said, "I watched once a Hindi movie," and then she says, "Why do you watch movies to cry?" She was remembering something like the which movie Hum Saath Saath Hain or something. So the idea is you can have these feelings, sympathy or empathy with the fictional characters. So this is what the primary difference means, and this I got from this gentleman called Dr. Vikas Divyakirti. So Dr. Vikas Divyakirti is a person, you will understand this. Can you remember? Can you just pay attention to this? His YouTube video is having 12 million viewers, and this is on basic structure of constitution. He is basically a person who is he is teaching to these IS aspirants also. Mainly it is in Hindi medium, but he has his English medium lessons also. I found him a wonderful teacher, the way he carries things and the way he involves his students. Very, very famous person. Okay. So he has given these 3 circles to us. What is the circle? The first circle is even if you have to differentiate sympathy, empathy. So sympathy, empathy, and there are some common stuffs. So you already now know that sympathy is only for suffering. So you can find yourself a case. This can be in happiness also. So if you empathize with somebody, how do you differentiate somebody's that you are empathizing? Say, for example, after 10 years or so, I don't know what age you are. If your friend or if your kids, say for example, they get jobs or they get admission in some Premier League colleges, what kind of feeling you get? And those things are also part of empathy. Okay, and what are the common things? You can always refer to lots of literature available there. Okay, so that is what. So it is differentiating in terms of these 2 word meanings. Okay, it's a 1 hour topic only for this differentiation. Okay, so that's why I thought that let me pay attention to it. So now we are back to our talk, and what it is, when to use design thinking. When to use design thinking? Not always when the problems are weak. You understand the problems are weak. What you saw in the screen, the situation, the social problems, the problems are ill-defined. When you don't know whether there is a problem or not, when both problem and solution are unknown in the beginning, when both problem and solutions are unknown in the beginning, a large part of the problem solving is actually defining the problem. If you rightly define the problem will be solved very quickly. And situation like this, VUCA, very, very interesting situation. Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So I have a situation here. It's a today morning news. you know, those who are not from Rajasthan, they might not be able to, though you are doing an FDP. But if you are doing a physical FDP in Bikaner, say, you will know such a beautiful city it is because of its palaces and so, right? So very similarly, we have a wonderful palace in Jaipur called Amer Palace. So Amer Palace is on a hill, and this palace has so many watchtowers made historically. Now, yesterday some 50 people were, because the weather changed from some winter to this hot summer to it started raining in Jaipur. So local tourists, or maybe I don't know who were there, they moved to this Amer Fort for hills, on the hills to enjoy life. But they were on this watchtower, and they were taking all kind of, because the other two sides of the watchtower were deep trenches on the hillside, and this side is the Mauta of the Amer Fort. The fort is there. So they were climbing here and they were taking all kind of selfie and having fun. Suddenly this thunder, lightning happened, and 12 people died, and lots of injuries. So what could be is there a simple solution for this? I don't know. So many things might come to your head. Whether the buildings are old, modern buildings. The building in which I am right now I am on the 8th floor. They are all having this lightning conductor properly designed. Those on hill, they may not be having the right kind of lightning conductors. Then what is the nearby area? What kind of thundering is happening? They all were having mobile phones. Is their mobile phone responsible? Okay, so there are so many problems you'll find. The problems may not be defined at all. They may be uncertain, they may be complex problems, they may be unambiguous problems, they may be volatile problems. So in this case, you will be using design thinking. All right. So you can come out with some kind of thought process and move to the answers. When not to use, design thinking is not answer to every problem. For some problems, one will need rational thinking. I mean, acquiring a competence. Rational thinking is like, I have a product, I have one you will get one call, the launch of one product, the second product. That is rational thinking in competition. So most of the products you see are rationally thought products, and it is not that you will use design thinking for those products. But whenever you see this kind of problems, you will be using design thinking. Is it okay? So now we can move on, and design thinking can be further explained in terms of, say, people say, when you have people, you have technology, and you have use of this technology for the people and a business. The business will give you a viability. If it is not commercially viable, it will not take care. So if it is not commercially viable, that means the mobile phone, the dustbin which you made, if you make a musical dustbin, in between you can give some kind of advertisement also, so that it is becoming business viable. Okay, and of course cleanliness, and it can have some extra carbon credit for that. So that is a business point. The technology has helped, and of course people are required. So this is what the design thinking process is, and it will try to integrate all three things: people, technology, and business. Okay, so I think this word is clear. So now I will try to adopt this design thinking, because I want you to appreciate the adaptation of it. Say, what is this? This is empathize, analyze, then ideate, solve, and test. So I want you to appreciate, remember easily. So even I was trying to talk to you in terms of those additive manufacturing technology, or 3D printing technology, or prototyping technology, or RPT technology we're talking about. I always tell my students, divide into two categories. There are 3 and 4. Which are those 4? 4 is both for polymer and metal. If you are doing printing for polymer and metal, these 4 technologies. If it is for only polymers, these 3 technologies. So polymer, which are technology? Polymer, MVM. And then in this category, DSPD. This is ISO classification, ISO 1437. sorry, I forgot the exact number of ISO. This ASTM classification is there, which talks about all the 3D printing technologies. So this is material jetting, wet photopolymerization, or then is material extrusion. So what you see in these days, 3D printers are nothing but material extrusion, or we call them as FDM, fused deposition molding technology. So you can divide into 3 categories. Okay, very similarly, if I talk about, so this is again a kind of adaptation of things, or a kind of a small design thinking, because teaching these days is a big challenge, and those who have in this room, many of you are faculty members. So when I try to talk about this, say, I told them this is only for polymeric materials, all plastic materials. So if BSPD is, say, binder jetting, sheet lamination, P is powder bed, D is direct energy deposition. So likewise, in my class, I can remember also, and I can also talk to them eye to eye, and they will remember, and they will come back up 10 years or so, sir, aapne sikhaya tha. It is still helping us. Okay, we have, then whenever they come back and they say, sir, we have this printer, you talk the D, we have now D. I don't have a D, I have a FDM right now. So that is M. Okay, so similarly, if I have to adopt this design thinking words, so I will always say EAST, EAST. So E stands for empathize, A is analyze. So E and empathize and analyze is okay for me. So empathizing, getting all the inputs through empathizing, then trying to analyzing the situation, and then try to solve the situation. So solve means these two, ideate and prototype, is both solve. Ideate and prototype. Ideate and prototype is both are solving. And finally, testing it. So these words, so now onwards, design thinking in our case studies, we'll talk about EAST. So you will tell me whether it is a term or S term or T term or E term, empathizing or analyzing or solving, or it understood. So this part is taken care, or I'm just I'll seek your questions. You please put your questions in the chat box before we I'll take another 1 minute and just ask you to when to use design thinking. And there are 2 possible scenarios which I found. One is surprise oneself by self-regarding a domain within the one's domain only. Say you are electronics engineer, I am mechanical engineer. Within my domain, I surprise myself. I try to think some kind of problem solution, while after I have empathized with people, empathize with the word, and then try to develop something. Say, for example, I'll talk about a multi-purpose convertible prime bag, which got developed when empathizing has been done. So within my domain, I did not do anything beyond that. Only thing, I empathized initially and try to find a solution through EAST. E is empathize, analyze, solve, and test it. That's all. So that's what is design thinking. Word is empathizing. Similarly, if I do some kind of product development, product development in Jaipur Food, which has been a mechanical product, it is not having any kind of controls, any kind of electronics. So I'll do some kind of work in this manufacturing standardization I'm doing within my domain. So that is surprise yourself once you are empathized with the situation, and surprise yourself, that is referred as within the domain. Or if you can do out of your domain also. So what is out of domain? You can very quickly come to the newer domain. Say I tried doing something in biomedical in last 3-4 years. So it's an unfamiliar domain to me. As Professor Chaudhary told, I was into metal machining and metal finishing and CAD/CAM, CAE, and all kind of work since my early career in Chennai. So from there, I don't know out of what I moved on to this these biomedical devices, developing an orthosis or developing an ankle foot orthosis, which was not in my domain. Of course, the technologies were taken from mechanical engineering, electronics engineering only, but it was not a domain of mine. So you sometimes can do in others' domain also, not a problem. Okay, so that is what design thinking can be used. Okay, so we are here. We moved on from product, it's design and understanding design and prototyping. We now know there are 7 technologies of rapid prototyping as per ASTM. We now know that design thinking is different from rational thinking, and we talked about certain scenarios. We understood design thinking, and within design thinking, most important term is empathy, and which is different from sympathy. So now onwards, of course, once I understood the difference between empathy and sympathy, now my behavior has changed. I don't tell people in terms of sympathizing people, but when you initiate a talk or even you try to get something from others in terms of solving their problems, whether a construction worker or a parent whose baby is ill or whatever it is, you have to move in this term, because nobody wants दया कोई दिखाना नहीं चाहता. आप किसी पे दया दिखा के आपको बन के आपको जरूर हेल्प कर वो समझ सकता है. Okay, so we have spent time up to now, and now I will request you to come out with a kind of quick question if you have anyone. Then I'll talk to these studies. So let me see. See, Dr. Sila is saying empathy is about feeling the situation. No, madam. Empathy is not about feeling, it is understanding. See, that you rightly said. That's what I am here to dig into deeper. There is a difference between feeling and understanding. It is the understanding, not the feeling. Understanding the situation, not only in terms of poor situation or a bad situation, but sometimes even happy situation. So yes, design thinking supports any kind of culture. In every culture, design thinking can help. Say you take any kind of thing. Say look at this, the product which are there, the IT solutions which are there for. It's the biggest case study. This jam problem, the jam solution which has been provided. Okay, there are questions. So I'll take to this question is from Dr. Sarnu. So I would like to tell you that it can be there in any kind of culture.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Any feasibility. Okay. So jam is a biggest example. Lots of case studies are there. I think this based on IT information technology only, things have changed, like Ujjwala scheme. Lots of case studies have been done by this jam. Jam is this Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and mobile phone. Okay, account and mobile phone. Okay, so many things have come based on this design thinking has solved this problem. So another question is Dr. Naveen Rathi is asking, how about critical design thinking? Is it the same? How deep we think? Okay, critical thinking, rational thinking. Critical thinking is one word. Yes, critical thinking is different. So when we say in our school, whether are we able to talk about understand things in terms of critical thinking. So critical thinking is another word, but critical thinking is thinking only. It is an initiation for design thinking. So critical thinking can be a tool for design thinking, right? So design thinking is a mindset which involves critical thinking, yes. And then of course the problem solving, right, Dr. Rathi? Naveen sir? Then I see the next question. What is the role of design thinking in electronics? Yes, electronics or mechanical or see, as Dr. Professor Chaudhary said, I moved out of Rajasthan and went to Chennai and then across India for 10 years and then moved to Chandigarh for another 10 years. The moment I landed in Rajasthan, here it is the problem of these states like Rajasthan and UP, sorry to be on this platform and saying slang, is everybody is interested in your caste, right? So very similarly, we engineers have started doing ourselves. We have divided into different castes. So I tell my students, जिस तरह साधु की कोई जाति नहीं होती, वैसे कोई इंजीनियर की जाति, प्रॉब्लम की कोई जाति नहीं होती. That means you don't divide yourself into that. You remain domain expert as electronics, mechanical, civil, electrical, whatever it is. But when you look at the problem has to be interdisciplinary always. It will not have any kind of compartmentalized in terms of electronics. So we'll talk about it, Dr. Sila, that it is not only in terms of so these are all different solutions for your you may need electronics circuitry in it, you may need some kind of coding, you may need some kind of
I'm
mechanical.
working in electronics department, so I asked the question.
Yes, yes,
So,
ma'am. Not a
yes.
not issue. Absolutely not a problem. But what I'm trying to emphasize is the problem. As far as problem is concerned, you may be paying more attention in terms of electronics circuitry part. I may pay more attention towards the packaging part of it, and the say, for example, if you look at this particular product, it is an interdisciplinary product. It may have circuits, it may have programming language, some kind of chips which are there, which have been programmed. In the end, it has been casted from outside. So this is injection molded. So very similarly, it is not that particular branch of engineering that matters, that problem solution matters. So very similarly, if you make some kind of IoT device, say for an adult person who is situated in electronics thing, it could be a mechanically packaged, it could be a circuit, a control device. So that way I'm trying to emphasize upon. All right. So there is a question from Dr. Reddy.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. Shall I move forward? Dr. Reddy says, every stage of design is a decision-making process. You are right, sir. Every stage of design is a decision-making process. And that's what I tell my student. They say, I asked in the first year itself, what is the difference between a draftsman or woman and a designer? So draftsperson, the person who does the drafting, is very good in drafting. His free sketch or everything is excellent. On the other hand, what is a designer? Designer may not be having those ISO based drafting skills. He is an excellent person or she is an excellent person. But I try to differentiate. Correct me if I'm, please do some adding on this. The designers have to take some decisions. So decision making is designers. So everything in design is decision making, right? So that's rightly pointed out, sir. Everywhere it is a decision making process, and that decision making will be, of course, influenced by this EAST. And what stage you are making decision, whether you are going back and again empathizing, or whether it is solvable, or finding the right kind of solution in terms of testing. So that's what is your decision making, right? So can you elaborate more on product peculiar? Okay, peculiarity is like, okay, product peculiarity is one. Say you just see, I was giving an example of we inhale science and we exhale products, right? So when we differentiate, see this bottle has, there are so many cars in the market, still there are new cars are coming. So that means, similarly, if you look at the mouse, there are so many which will be having different design, different versions, different I mean shapes, sizes, and still some more ergonomically product will be coming. So those things are like a uniqueness or a peculiarity for that particular product. So if I have to design a watch for someone who is a young girl of say 14 years of age, her taste will be different from a gentleman who is in 50s. Okay, that is what I mean by peculiarity. Okay, so that again involves lots of decision making. It of course involves empathizing sometimes, but that's what is known as peculiarity of a product. Then there is a question from Dr. Sanu, sir. If it needs the redesign, what about the steps? remain same or different. Okay, redesign is what? Redesign is again cyclic process. So what you say, we talked in terms of mechanical word, we call it concurrent design. So when I say concurrent means redesigning only, concurrent.
Okay, sir.
Concurrent means at every stage, even from the manufacturing stage, you can come back and redesign your product. Okay, so that is what is concurrent or parallel processing, we say, parallel design, we say.
Okay, sir.
Means variation of a product. Oh yes, you are right. Variation of the product in a larger word you can say, but unique to a situation, unique to a kind of user will be peculiarity. Okay, just to as per the ambience of the माहौल के हिसाब से देखिए हम देखो कैसे बदल जाते हैं. If I am going to a marriage party which I have not gone in last 45 days, I mean last 20 months or so, I'm missing lots of weddings and lots of things. We all are missing. Or if we go to a friend to tell that somebody is not in the right condition, or somebody has lost someone in his family. So how we adapt ourselves, that is what is known as peculiarity. All right. So here we are. We can move on to this case study. And of course, we'll talk about these case studies. If something is left today, we'll do it tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, same time, possibly. Yes. So now I'm back here and I am taking it to this condition. Please empathize with this. What do you see here? A product. I think it's a very popular product. It's a pram, and it mostly you'll find having prams. So they are used for transportation, leisure activity. Okay, during that you can supervise your kid or sleep away from the home, or likewise you take your kid to the park and evening. And I see lots of new faculty members with their newborns. They take it to MNIT campus also. So this is what everybody knows, the stroller or the pram. Now there is another situation. What do you see here? There is a single parent. It is not always that both of us will go together. See, if me and my wife both are working, then say for example, she has to cook. By the time I'll take the baby out and come back. So if my park is not close to my residence, I might use a bus or use a step or stairs. So in that case, what happens? How do you manage the pram? Because you at least need conventionally 2 persons. Am I right? You need 2 persons to manage this pram, and of course, sometimes you may end up doing accidents here. All right. So there is a situation that the world over people are using. It may be having, of course, millions of products are there. People are using it. It's a very common product. But there is a possibility that whenever you have this kind of situation, single parent cannot manage with the pram and with the newborn inside. All right. So how do you solve this problem, particularly in urban environment? If I have to use some kind of means of transportation between the park and the even sometime at the airport, but there things are better. But how we can manage this? Is there a problem you see here? Anyone? So means hinge plate is kept used as a ramp. Okay, good. You may have a hinge plate for the buses as a ramp, so that you can take the baby in. Yes. What else? You are straightway going to the solutions, right? But let us understand. How many of you are a parent? And have you undergone this kind of situation? That's the question. If you are saying, hey Roger, see, don't say straightway an answer. My question is different. Have you understood? Have you ever been to this kind of situation? Have you taken a baby to the park alone? If you have taken, then say yes. And have you talked to somebody? Most of us are saying no. So what is important here is we should not jump to the solution, but we should design should include it, feeds and okay, right. We'll talk about it. Yes, ma'am. Abe sir, I am a parent. I have taken my kids to Singapore. Okay. Yes, there are multiple. Appreciate this, Dr. Abe. What could be the solution? Abe sir, you can unmute and tell me. You can empathize more comparing to someone who has not done this. If you have a young one and if you are going for a LTC travel, you would like to, okay, your mic is not working, doesn't matter. But yes, do you think there is a problem? You are saying, Dr. Rathi says he experienced the same problem in UAE. Yes, that means there are problems, and many of us can empathize it because we ourselves are parents, right? So obviously now we cannot go travel. Yes, that's a poor thing. But anyway, here we are. So we need some kind of solution, right? So we can come and brainstorm, talk to people. Ramp providing is like changing everything. It is like the world is full of problems. हमें बचपन में से बोलते थे कि world is full of problems. आप पूरी दुनिया में दरी बिछाने की कोशिश मत करो, बहुत सारे कांटे हैं. आप पूरी दुनिया में दरी नहीं बिछा सकते, कारपेट नहीं बिछा सकते. What you can do? You can wear slippers in your foot. आप चप्पल पहन लो, पाँव में जूते पहन लो, वो ज्यादा बेटर रहेगा बजाय सब जगह से कांटे उठाओ. Professor Momin. So the ramp providing may not be so I'm critical, but this is one of the solutions. Yes, society should do it. All the municipalities should do it, provide ramp and all those. But there is a problem, right? So we can come out, brainstorm, empathize, talk to people, and then there will be sometime a solution. Then there will be sometime a solution for that, and just look at what we can do. We can think on multiple solutions. So you are given lots of inputs. If you want, I can read one or more chats. You can talk about Dr. Anup saying increasing the step size. Yes, that could be the one. A plate is kept inside the bus itself. Yes, but that again, it's not in our hands sometimes. Can we solve in a different perspective, from a user's perspective? Okay, so let me tell you this case. Anybody wants to participate, or shall we move forward? Okay, let's move forward because we are running out short of time. So you're given lots of input, and thank you for that. Okay, single wheels with support and lots of solutions are there. Please look at this solution. So this is the product. Do I need to repeat the video, or you understood? It's a convertible pram. Very good. So Masood SK sir is saying it's a convertible pram, and the pram here is, it can be converted to a carry bag on your shoulder, and it can remain like a stroller. So this is right now a stroller. If you press few buttons, this will get converted to this kind of bag, so that you can take your baby on your shoulder, travel where, whatever you want. And one of the possible solutions. It is not that it's the end of the world. This way you can safely keep your baby on the shoulder, can have multiple colors. This looks like a product. So my question to you is, how many marks do you will give to out of 10 to this kind of a solution for a problem which I discussed? Out of 10, how many marks? Anybody? Just write some number, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyone? 6. No, need not to be bodybuilder. It can be made lightweight. Yes. Need not to. It looks like a bodybuilder kind, but it can be made lightweight because you know there are lot technology has come up with lots of solutions. Very lightweight products. You see, what 30 years back the materials which were being used in parachute are being used in these days strollers and bags. Okay, so good. Lord, thank you for grading the product. Now look at this was initially the problem was stated to these 4 students, Ankur, Elvis, Sabyasachi and Shubham. Which year? 2013. And when we empathize with parents and when I had this problem in mind, say when I moved from Chandigarh to Jaipur in 2012, and I told them, let us make some kind of arrangement, some kind of a device which is convertible. So this is the first prototype, what you see here. And this is the design, what you saw here. And this pram bag or backpack, which has been designed traveling with their baby in unfavorable settings, right? So convert it to the minimal ease. With this was the problem statement which has been done, and this was the first mechanism developed, CAD model, simulated mechanisms developed. Then of course its weight was around 7 kg that time with using the conventional materials. What you see is now this particular product weight. One of the students, Sabyasachi, in 2017 he went to Helsinki University, USA, Finland, Helsinki University, and he participated in this product was participated in one of the competition. He won it, and then he started developing this product, and now he has sold around 30 pieces in last 1.5 years to European countries. Okay, so this is when you empathize, when you solve it, when you try to identify the user's perspective, understand them, you will come out with this kind of solution. Okay, that's the moral of the story. Okay, right? So that's what we talked about. Then I can talk to you. We have another 15 minutes. I can talk to you on another product. Of course, this is a great product, but we'll see how this has been done. So now what I'll do is I'll talk about this particular product called Jaipur Foot. So before we move on, any question? Quick question? Of course, there are lots of marks only. Thank you for that. But I'll take you to this particular product called Jaipur Foot. Okay, and what has been done in Jaipur Foot. So if you look at anybody who don't know Jaipur Foot, say yes. Anybody who has not heard of the product called Jaipur Foot, please do write yes here. Possibly no one will say yes. Okay, I say bolenge bhi nahi. But I think everybody, when I say, okay, service, yeah, thank you for being so honest. So you say yes means that means you have not heard of the product called Jaipur Foot. Yes. Okay. Anyone else? Thank you for being so honest. Anup sir, thank you. Who else? So heard about it. Okay, there is one solution for the same. I have seen it. When such issues are there, they have a folder type with different designs. Okay, all right, Dr. Naveen, we'll talk about it separately. Okay, heard about it. Okay, so that means most of us have heard it. Majority have heard it. And when we go out of India, and if I say I'm from Jaipur, at least 3 people out of 5 told me, oh, Jaipur Foot. They have heard about Jaipur Foot. Particularly those engineering people, those product developers, they will definitely talk about it in biomedical crowd particularly. Okay, so we'll talk about this Jaipur Foot. So this is a story of a famous surgeon who was in Jaipur, SMS hospital. His name was Dr. P.K. Sethi. He was a surgeon heading the Department of Surgery, SMS. And he, in 1968, so remember the days, 1968, he was getting lots of patients who were amputees from lower limb. Amputee means उनके by accident, और उस वक्त क्या हो रहा था? If you recollect, in India we had lots of farm machineries were coming. So because of the farm machinery, people were losing their limbs, either hand or leg. So इनका amputation हो रहा था. Amputation होने का मतलब somebody will dissect your leg. Otherwise, this will get infected to everywhere, or maybe some accident, car accident, or farm accidents were so many there in this region, Rajasthan, Punjab. Okay, so he was trying to get a low-cost prosthesis. We call this prosthesis. So prosthesis is one word. Prosthesis. That means if you have some limb loss, artificial hand or artificial leg can be referred as a prosthesis. So he was looking for a low-cost prosthesis, and because the patients who were coming to him were so many from this region. So what he did, he came up with the cheapest ankle foot. The cheapest foot which was there in that particular time was Sage. Sage is solid ankle cushion heel. This is a European design, and this was costing around that particular time around say 300 USD. That means none of his patients could afford this kind of, though it was a low cost, because modern blades and all are very costly. But this design coming from Europe, or then the manufacturability and many things were there, it was still costly. Though it is at par world standard, this was the cheapest product available. Lower means pound. Okay, so Sage was very comparatively costly for Indian crowd, and it required lots of fitment. And another problem is Sage foot was not suitable for Indian people. Why? Because Indians lifestyle is different. What is the lifestyle of Indians? We mostly walk barefoot during going to temple. We sit cross-legged, and while eating food and all, squat we sometimes do. So this particular foot the Sage was not suitable. So he came up with an idea how he modified Sage foot to suit to the Indian condition. Or not only it's a modification, it is one of the beauty, very wonderful design. And based on that design, this Time magazine has held this foot, Jaipur foot, as the greatest invention of the 20th century. Even this was held at UN. And can you remember the dancer Sudha Chandan? She may be aged now, but if you may not be knowing that she is an amputee, and these days in India, major reason for amputation is, anybody? Major reason for amputation is foot amputation का major कारण क्या है? Diabetes. Diabetes is a major reason which is coming up for amputation in India, particularly now. So it is coming up, and this is altogether different world which we engineers should also look into. So now the case is, this was a foot which was developed by Dr. Sethi in 1968 with this philosophy in mind, that it should be synthesized using, number one, low cost, inexpensive. He told that it should be synthesized using low cost material which are easily available. So what are the easily available material at that time in India? Say those materials by which you make footwear. So chappal, jute jo banne ke liye kaam aata tha, that material was used, and he designed in so way that an artisan kind of people, locally available people, who started manufacturing it, and they will do all kind of cutting, grinding, joining, and he designed some kind of dies for this. And that's what it was done in MRSC Jaipur, part of the work, particularly casting. This is what I heard from my seniors, and he used this rubber material in place of wood of the thatch put. And that, and he also used lots of, partly he used wooden block also, so that it remains strong. And some materials like tire cords were used, the material which out of which the tires are made, he started using it. And finally he used a skin colored rubber on it. This is the kind of foot which was developed, and it has excellent flexibility. And now you can do Google his friend Dr. Mehta, Dr. Mehta. He was a SEBI chairman, senior IAS officer. He joined hands with him, and then they started an NGO called BMVSS, Bhagwan Mahavir Vikram Sahayata Samiti. They have presence in more than 150 countries, and they create lots of charity, and of course they supply this food and fit to the patients free of cost also. So this is a food which is costing less than $10. Less than $10. $10 means 500, 400, 500 rupees will come. Is it okay? Right? So now, what is this design? What it has? How Dr. Sethi has done? That is a story which we may not be knowing fully, but there it has some problem, and how we tried solving this problem, that I want you to discuss. So what are the materials I said? It will have an ankle wood. This is made out of wood. It will have a steel board. This will be microcellular rubber. Around 30 years back in India, all our chappals were from MCR only. Little more density. Again, microcellular heel block was there. Then least density is this MCR TOS. And then you wrap around a tire cord. And then of course you put some rubber, skin color rubber, and put everything inside a furnace. I mean for sintering inside a furnace, and then the product is ready in 4 hours. 4 hours, the food is made. Okay, so this is the story of Jaipur food, which has been developed by Dr. Sethi, some say around 50 years back. This is held as one of the best, most frugal product. You understand the meaning of frugal? Frugal means which will do kind of disruption in the world, the way things are happening. So tomorrow we'll talk about what disruption is, what technological disruption things can move about. Okay, so that is what is your the Jaipur food story is. Now what we have done, I think we'll spend some 5 minutes tomorrow's class, and we'll more talk about Jaipur food, because now it is hardly 2-3 minutes are left before we wind up. Okay, so this case study will be taught in tomorrow's session, part of it. Okay, so if any quick question is there? Yeah, polio people doesn't require Dr. Momin a prosthesis. They require a support system, and the support systems are known as orthosis. So we'll talk about orthosis. Orthosis are those devices which will help our limb. So a polio caliper is a orthosis. Is it okay? So orthosis are those devices which will support the limbs. Okay. On the other hand, so even if it is your back belt and all those things, there are orthosis. But if somebody is having amputation, it will be referred as prosthesis. Prosthesis is one which will be replacing your limb. God forbid somebody has to go through this, but there are people, and the famous, I think the case, the Blade Runner, he was notorious, and I think he shooted his girlfriend and all those. Those are, you may be aware. I don't recollect his name. So that is your prosthesis. There are so many. Tomorrow we'll talk about what is the SIS. What is the population in the world over which required orthosis and prosthesis, and this is one of the domain where we engineers should do lots of work, but we need to empathize first, and design thinking can help a lot. Okay, so I think I stop from my side, and then if you have any question, the organizers can read the question.
The participants may ask any questions if you have. So I think it was a very hectic session today.
You
Because,
understand?
we started at 9 and right from 9 to 1:30, or rather it was 1:45. We were engaged in 2 sessions, then thereafter after 2:30 to 4:30, again third session. But the best part is we had very good sessions. Like
Great.
this session, we are able to understand so many things because engineering, most of the time, the problem is I interact with my students, and if I ask them what is to be done or what they want to do, at least they should define the things. Like you were talking about the subject or a branch or mechanical or electrical or electronics. It's a big problem that a student do not know what is the meaning of profession. Rather, I have literally made a survey that more than 90% engineering students, as well as teachers also, they don't understand what is the definition of profession or professional. What is the meaning to be a professional? And we are just producing engineers and engineers. So the important thing is engineer has to learn that I am not required to do some activity. I have to target the problem. Now problem will tell me what are the activities I have to do, whether it is mechanical related, it is machining related, it is to be provided some IoT. And the beauty is we can see your example that you had a mechanical background. Now you feel that your requirement is in biomedical. So you are filing patents in biomedical. So we can see that from where you started with the aeroplanes and with the different sort of equipment. Then you are moving with demand of the situation. So that is the demand of the situation or demand of the society or demand of the user patient. That is more important. My expertise is not important. I may be very good in just flying the aeroplane, but if somebody is having a problem in Bikaner, he wants me to drive a car, and if I don't know driving car, there is no value for my ability to drive a plane or fly a plane. So it has to be understood that we need to be ready for each type of activities in engineering if we want to go for product development. I have seen a lot many students or my friends who first ask, sir, this is not my area. And I just want to tell you about an example. In 2012, one of my friend who was going for PhD at IIT Roorkee, I given him a paper, just go through it, we can publish good papers out of that. And he did not saw the title of the paper, and he said, sir, it is not my area. You don't believe that around 2 months back, he sent me a paper that, sir, my PhD is almost complete. Please just do some editing. And I was stunned to see that all the material which was in that paper in 2012. So that same thing he was doing in that area. So I asked him, why didn't you saw that paper? You could have published some good paper in International Journal of Climatology, or that is having impact factor of almost 8-10 as of date. So we are just binding ourselves. We are just categorizing ourselves in a smaller area. We have to think about the problem. We have to target that problem. And whatever the problem will tell us, we have to create that situation solutions. That's all. And I think our head of department, Harjeet Singh ji, is also there. So I would like to
Sri Akal, sir.
few words.
Sat Sri Akal, sir. It was great session, sir. Especially the last one, very, very interesting, and we were able to relate to the problems in the practical way, because most of us know about Jaipur food. how useful it is and how widely it has changed the life of people over a long period of time, especially the poor, very needy people having medical problem. So very good example, sir, and a very interactive session. That was another part of it. In the lazy afternoon, it was a great energizing session with a lot of case studies and examples rather than more academics. So this will rather make us understand more deeply and appreciate the things rather than just clipping the slides and giving more and more information. More than this is a very effective way of rather transferring of knowledge, sir. Thank you, sir. Great, sir.
See here, I would like to just mention that if Dr. Sethi had assumed that my job is not engineering, because Jaipur Foot is not a medical output, that is not a doctor's output. A doctor who was having an engineer inside his mindset, he produced that Jaipur Foot. So same way we have to come out with different type of products. So tomorrow also we would be having some good sessions. Tomorrow first session would be taken by Mr. Virendra Gupta, who has founded the Daily Hunt. But Daily Hunt is an IT giant company. It's a innovative idea he had, and he founded that company in 2009. Then thereafter, Professor Ranjan Maheshwari would be taking the second part, and third part would be taken by Dr. Harlal Singh Mali. So I think we should end up now. We thank Professor Mali for being with us, and tomorrow in same session, third session, we will again meet with him, and he will be discussing some more details about design thinking, because design thinking is that basic concept behind product development. If that is not there, we can't say we can build up material, but that will not be product. That will not be a usable thing until unless we don't have that attitude, empathetic attitude. So thank you very much, sir. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks to all the participants.
sir.
Have a nice day. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
It was उसको थोड़ा और आगे तक रखो. So can you hear me, sir?
Yeah. Perfectly.
Good morning to all the participants, chief guests, faculty members, Professor Ranjan Maheshwari sir, Dr. Rahul Raj Chaudhary sir. Professor Ranjan Maheshwari is professor in the Department of Electronics at Rajasthan Technical University, Kota. He graduated from MNIT Jaipur in electrical engineering and pursued both his master's and PhD from IIT Roorkee. He has 31 years of teaching experience at RTU Kota, during which he has held many important designations such as Head of Department, Coordinator PG Admissions, President Committee for Curriculum, Member Academic Council and Research Council, etc. Professor Maheshwari was Director of the National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, Aurangabad, Maharashtra from 2013 to 2015 and Principal, Government Engineering College, Ajmer from 2017 to 2019. He was visiting faculty member to Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok in 2010 and also National Institute of Information Technology and Management, Gwalior from 2007 to 2013 and NIT Surat between 2008 to 2013. His area of expertise include outcome-based education, biomedical engineering, electrocardiogram measurements, support for treatment of poisoning cases, signal processing instrumentation, disposal of dangerous biomedical waste, etc. He is life member of ISTE and ISE and a fellow of IETE. His academic contributions include 18 research papers in national international journals, reviewer in 3 international journals, 15 conference papers, guided 5 PhD research, authored 2 book chapters, 1 patent, 3 funded consultancy projects, 50 plus invited lectures and publications of 100 plus compositions in Now Bharat Times. We are very fortunate to have his session today. And now I invite Dr. Rahul Raj Chaudhary sir to please welcome Professor Ranjan Maheshwari. Thank you.
Professor
Good morning.
Ranjan Maheshwari is a well-known personality in Rajasthan, and generally we call him field professor. He used to be in field and dealing with the social problems, the problems faced by society, industry, and he has a very vast, important work in, especially in biomedical, like poisonous attacks. He has worked in such a beautiful manner. It's really required very useful society. So I am fortunate to welcome Professor Ranjan Maheshwari in our FDP program. We would be dealing with the product specification, how the specification can be identified, and how the design activity can be proceeded with the basic inputs of specifications. So, thank you, Professor Maheshwari, being with us, and I hand over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rahulji and all the coordinators. I'm highly thankful to all of you for having invited in this FDP. Management had not been my core area, but as we were trained in AOTS Japan for this hazardous waste management, and I was particularly the student of, let us say, total quality management. So product specifications do come part of this TQM also, where you have to specify everything properly. Then only you will be able to get the product also properly in this total quality management. So TQM, in the TQM philosophy, specifications do matter, and that's why in TQM we prefer that your specification should be as elaborate as possible, not just like that कि अगर हम आज बाजार में जाते हैं कि 5 किलो चीनी ले आते हैं, ठीक है, तो उसके लिए हम लोग ब्रांड नहीं देखते, हम लोग क्वालिटी नहीं देखते, but in TQM we specify everything, and that's how the documentation is more. So subsequently in ISO 9000, ISO 9000, this 14001, and so many other Indian standards also there. All these things, they form the specifications. But my object is not to make you abreast of the specification jugglery and nothing else. Okay. Moreover, I would prefer that the things which are available in the books you can always study. But the thing is that how and this concept should be developed. We should broaden our horizon. And so from that point of view, I have tried a little bit in this. So in today's presentation, I am going to present some philosophical thing, not of anything bookish, but something which you might appreciate, and so that way I'll start it. Okay. So I'll share my contents of PowerPoint. For the first time, I'm using PowerPoint on WebEx. So I'm not sure how it will go. Can you see now my PowerPoint slides?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So now I'm making it to this, let us say, on this full screen.
Yes, sir, it is
Okay.
now full screen.
It is visible. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
Sir,
So
kindly just click the next slide so that we can ensure that
yeah,
the next slide is visible also. Yes, sir,
is
it is
next slide
visible.
okay?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. It means things are going well, huh?
Yes, sir.
Means the things are working as they're specified. They're supposed to work. So this
Exactly,
is the
sir.
first quality in the product, that your product should behave as it is expected to behave. Okay, nice. So it is as per the specification. Nice. So what is a product? Usually a product is an object or a system which is made available to the customer or the consumer. Now there are two things. Customer and the consumer, the words can be used interchangeably. And why am I using the word interchangeably? Because earlier only perishable goods, or rather the goods which are used to have a particular life, used to be in this marketing management, or means other things are there, material management things were there. But later on services also got involved, and also things which are means there forever, or other which usually used to have a long life, so they also were there. They were not to be consumed. So we change the term into customer rather than consumer. So nowadays, many times we call it customer, many times consumer, but the things they are interchangeable. Then product which is made available to the customer is usually given by this noun, and products are classified as either tangible or intangible. Tangible, you all know, which is perceived physically, okay, like by vision, touch, or any other type of senses. From our five senses, if you can sense a product, then it is tangible. So a building, vehicle, gadget, clothing, etc., all these things, they are examples of tangible products. Intangible products are the products. Nowadays, intangible products are more in number as compared to the tangible products. And now the market of intangible products is growing a lot. So just like that insurance policy, it is an intangible product. But if you look at the various figures of this policies, be it LIC or Policy Bazaar or any other of company, you will see that their graph is increasing. Whereas tangible products usually have a limit, because transportation, because of their storage, because of warehousing, because of their this disposal, everything is involved. So tangible products do have certain limitations which intangible products usually do not have, and so intangible product market is growing. And in other words, we can say that as long as this money will grow, or rather the budget, or rather we should say that this turnover will grow in this world, intangible products will be, their growth will be much more than what the product's growth is. Okay, so registration of house and many other things are there which are intangible. Even sometimes certain services are also intangible, like customer service. Okay, you are talking to somebody on phone and getting some response, it is an intangible product. Okay, sometimes you ask something on Google and you get it, again intangible, like the services you get by Siri, by Alexa, or somebody, they are also services, they are intangible. But again, there is a mix, because usually when you purchase the hardware, it is tangible, but the services it is providing to you, they are intangible. So it is something sometimes difficult to differentiate between the components of tangible and intangible things. Yeah. So this lecture is also an intangible product, but we will be more on intangible products. Sometimes they are free from many other problems. So we will discuss tangible products only, which come up with many limitations associated with them. So tangible products usually undergo a process. Intangible products also undergo process, but their processes are usually simpler, and very less, we should say, constraints are associated in the processing of the intangible products. But tangible products usually, they usually have a lifetime, a time lag, and let us say, means they have to be batch processing, and many other things are required over there. So tangible products usually they are to be taken care much more nicely as compared to intangible products. And usually we call this production of tangible products as manufacturing. Manufacturing does not require every time that you produce something just unique anything, but it can be a mechanical or chemical treatment of any raw material, its transformation, assembly also, quality control, quality assurance, and even then packaging, labeling, transportation. So all these are, transportation does not mean that you transport it to the end user directly. No, no, no. Internal transportation inside your this supply line also, there is also a part of the manufacturing process. So we have seen in this Toyota Corporation also that they do take consideration of that transportation lag also into it. It is part of the manufacturing process, and so transportation is a very important part, and how you transport a lot of quality depends upon that also. Okay, and actually it is the customer or consumer which pays for the processes. So what is our onus or moral responsibility is that the product should conform to his or her satisfaction. Now, satisfaction is a very vague term. Okay. So in legal terms, we can say satisfaction is that the desire he has expressed should be fulfilled. And what is the desire? And that is what is the specification. So satisfaction are directly or indirectly the expressed specifications by the customer or the consumer. So, and what should be this should say satisfaction level or specifications? There should be a predefined standard set of values associated with the product. That is very much required. Like if I'm going to market to buy, let us say, a pan for making cup of tea, then it is but natural that it should not get rusted. It should be able to withstand the heat, and also it should not get wear and tear often. And usually we ask the shopkeeper that what is the warranty. It simply gives us a satisfaction that for this particular duration it will be working as it is perceived at the time, at the point of sale. So there has to be certain provisions for tackling these unprecedented conditions also. They fall under, let us say, warranty or something, that breakdown is there, fault is there, replacement of worn out parts there, repairs, etc. are there. So all these clauses are usually defined, and usually we call them terms and conditions. But again, terms and conditions also fall under the broad category of specifications. So in other words, we can say that whatever we specify, whether the consumer specifies the demand to the manufacturer or its dealer, that is his desire, satisfaction. They are usually the broad specifications. Hello, anyone? So they are the broad specifications which the consumer wants. And then what you do, you provide your product with crisp and firm specifications that my product does this under this condition. Okay, so this is it. So now it is the customer's duty to find out the appropriate product, and then with the little this tweaking up, it should be able to use it as per the demand. Okay, जैसे मान लो किसी को पानी गर्म करने के लिए कोई मटेरियल चाहिए, ठीक है, आपने पानी गर्म कर लिया, लेकिन ये कहीं नहीं लिखा हुआ है कि पानी गर्म करने के बाद में जो है आप उसको सिर्फ पानी ही गर्म करेंगे, सब चाय भी बना सकते हैं, ठीक है, समथिंग लाइक दैट. Okay, so how to bring the product, the supplier and the customer on one page? It is possible only if the customer knows what it wants. If the supplier knows what the product is all about, and if the product is what it is perceived as. Okay, so our specifications, they belong to the third line, that whatever is the specified, if the product is exactly that it is, then the problem is solved to great extent. Then if the customer knows that this product is having this much specification, whether he will be able to use it or not, so it is his problem. Supplier knows that this is the product, then he will be able to suggest the customer that this is the product. It will be satisfying your need. So the things is there. But the biggest thing is that the product's quality, and quality is nothing but it is, I should say, sticking to or adhering to the specification. So all the specifications are given and perceived regularly whenever a product is handed over or taken over. But on a lighter note, let us discuss. All the players of the cricket, they know the specifications of ball, bat, pitch, wicket, and field. And just imagine that if there is a change in ball's weight, color, or seam, or texture, or shape, then what will happen? The game of cricket will get affected by it. Okay, you must have recently heard that there had been this people were asking that this pink ball is having this problem. Okay, so white ball cricket is somewhat different, red ball cricket is different, and now pink ball cricket is having some difficulty. So some of the players are getting some difficulty. So the game is getting affected. So conformity to specifications is needed wherever quality is concerned. Okay. So usually we have two things. One is product specification, which are usually published on the brochure, and it is usually the choice of the manufacturer or the supplier that what it will be doing it. But the product design specifications is the broadest set possible of the specifications of the product. Okay, and it is used in this TQM. We had been working very broadly onto it, and our job was to have the broadest possible this PDS, product design specification, so that there is no difficulty at any time and there is no back communication. Okay, so that nobody has to ask you back कि इसका क्या करना है या उसका क्या करना है या आपने specify नहीं किया. So always product design specifications is the broadest, or rather you should say the universal set of specifications, and out of which then the marketing people will be making their own brochure, and then they will be publishing only the essential part of which is essential for the consumer to go. So the product design specifications usually contain it. So another thing, that PDS is a statement of what the customer wants the product to achieve. Sometimes the customer is external, and in some cases the customer is internal. Like let us say between two departments, the matter is, okay, like raw material is being given to, let us say, your this manufacturing line. Then what will happen? That specifications will be given to the raw material or the warehouse, where the warehouse people will be supplying the material as per the design specifications, and then you will be matching them up in this before in putting in the supply line. So Acha, one more thing, if somebody wants to ask any question anywhere in between, you are free. Because if it is a one-way communication, then there will be a problem. It is not like that I am specifying something and then I am closing the communication. It is not like that. So it will be nice if you can make a lively communication, and this experience is a little lively, it will be better. Okay. So in every case, a PDS must be prepared to act as a reference to achieve the objective of the design. Okay. So be it the customer external or be the customer internal, we have to go by that. So PDS should be specified always. So this is how we write the design specifications. The very first thing is that we target the customer. And why we target? Because this is the person or this is the entity for which you are making the product. And what will they like? That is more important. Like, just let us say in the case of toys manufacturing, if you are making all the toys of black color, probably your customer may not like it. Be the quality of the highest order or whatever it is, but if it is not attractive to your customer, then certainly the product is likely to be failed. So who the product is for and what are they like? Many a times it has happened that, let us say, dog biscuits or any eatables are there, they fail in the market only because you try to make everything, or rather you try to include everything in that, you put everything whatever you have included onto the list of these ingredients, but if the taste is not good, then people may not like it and then the product usually fails. This is a very common problem. So first thing is that you should target the customers and what they like. You have to have a broad study of that, and who the product is for, that is also needed. So which target group it is, like if children are there and if you are, let us, supplying something and which is harmful to them, then again there will be a problem. So safety and other considerations have to be taken care. Second thing is the function. What should the product do? That is also important, whether the product is dynamic, product is static, or let us say the product is to one-time use, it is it's a durability and other things, how it will be used, whether it will be requiring battery or rather it will be working on, let us say, your this mains, or it does not require anything else, it will be working on its own. Many things are there. So its functionality is also important, and what this product will be doing, that is more important. Usually we prefer that the product should be like IO type product, that some input is given and output is taken, and that type of products are probably the simplest and the best, which are having minimum strings attached to it. And I usually prefer the third thing, aesthetics. What should the product look like? Most of our marketing guys, they also give emphasis onto it, but aesthetics should not compromise with your functionality, target and other things, but it is also very, very important, because aesthetics is the one thing that attracts the product from the first time, and usually we say that the first impression is the last impression. So it is the aesthetics which makes a lot of first impression. That is important. Then we come on to the performance. So where will the product be used and what will the product have to be? So if your product is being used in the environment which is not conducive to it, or which is, let us say, harmful to it, the performance will get affected. So again, you have to refer to the design specifications, and then you have to be very, very careful in the performance, because about 60 to 70% part of your design specifications will be affecting your performance. So that is very, very important. Performance we have to take care. Let us say if some product is there which is made up of, let us say, rubber or something in the outer body. If you are using it in a chemical factory, then the wear and tear will be very, very high. It may affect the performance. जैसे आपके gloves हैं, let us say electricity हम लोग जैसे उसका protection के लिए gloves use करते हैं. So in a factory environment, or let us say in an environment where the rubber will be getting deteriorated, its life will be reduced. In that case, they have to be altered very fast. So there, either you have to make the, we should say, the thickness a little more, you have to enhance the thickness, or sometimes you have to make the replacements easy. So that is one thing. And material, again, what type of material should the product be made of? That is also important. Let us say you are working in some electrical, let us say a risk or a hazardous electrical environment, and there if the entire body of this product is made up of, let us say, steel or some this conducting material, and if, let us say, it is getting electrocuted, then whosoever will be coming in contact with it might have a problem. So there, what we usually do, that even if we have to make, let us say, this material, this metallic material is used as covering, even then we prefer to have a coat of, let us say, some color, enamel or something, and so in such a manner that you do not get a shock. And environment. This is nowadays a very buzz type of thing. We do take care whenever a product is coming to market, how it will affect the environment. And nowadays we usually say, instead of saying affect, what measures have been taken to protect the environment because of the use of that product. So all these things, they become the part of the design specifications. How and when, we will see in a while for now. So this is a spiral, and in which you must have seen at the top we have written that this is a concept PDF. Means it is the concept which has been generated either by the customer, or internally by your team or somebody who may be end user or whose opinion matters for the end users. So this concept has come up. Then what happens? Then you start working onto it. You start detailing the, okay, and multiple cycles of. So let us say nth cycle is there in which you have made some degree of details. Then you do a review. Then you will have n+1 cycle, in which what will happen? The details will be further increased. And even if something is deleted, we usually do not strike it off, but usually we put it over there with, let us say, means striked through, and we keep it there, because it is possible that if any other step, let us say n+i step, it is possible that the same thing may be required again. So that way you will see that always the details keep on increasing, and that's why we usually say that the spiral gets wider and wider. So finally we come on to three things. When this spiral ends, we have three things. One is the properties, second is product, and third is the process. Process makes the transformation in the raw material. Then this process yields into the raw material certain properties, and this combination of these two ends up in the form of a product. And this product is usually accompanied with many other, let us say, covering, protection, safety precautions, safety measures, many other things. So in a way, we can say that this concept PDS, they ultimately lead to three things, and these three things can be properly defined by your detailed PDS also. Then the PDS is normally prepared by the design and development function agreement by the external or the internal customer and by the project team. Usually project design specifications are prepared somehow, and then what happens? Usually they're discussed with the customer, be it internal or external, and then we come up with the agreement. Let us say a house is to be constructed. Your customer says that I want that three bedroom, and 2 bedrooms should be on the first floor. So total in all, there are 5 bedrooms are there. Now, when you come up with the design, and you're looking, after having looked at various stages and other things, you come up with a design. But in this design, before we make the drawing, we usually have to ask for the dimensions of the rooms. Okay, that कितना बड़ा होना चाहिए, ड्राइंग रूम आपको किधर चाहिए, ठीक है, आपके डायरेक्शन क्या है, क्या वास्तु, you follow vastu, do you want lawn, many other things are there. So all these things are usually agreed by the customer, be it external or internal. Because let us say Makan, if you are making a house, let us say, you are making this house, and let us say the architect is there, then the architect will not only discuss with you, but it will discuss with the technical team also, that whatever the desire of the customer is there, whether they can be fulfilled or not. So in a way, there has to be a very broad agreement onto certain things, and then only the project can be launched. So the product team will have an agreement with the customer, and then the PDS will be prepared. So the PDS set out the technical details of the requirements to be met out to achieve a successful product. Okay. Nowadays, because of the simulations and many other things, functionality testing, etc., etc., nowadays it is very easy. But earlier, what used to happen? Certain prototypes used to be made that used to be real, but they used to be, let us say, of so much smaller size, and then various testing, etc., used to be done onto that, etc., etc. And then after that, the PDS used to be made final. So that used to take a lot of time. Nowadays, it is not so. Nowadays, you can do all these things, you can time scale things onto your computer, and then you can simulate and you can reach a conclusion faster. Okay. And all these things ultimately they help us in designing this, or rather the making the PDFs. So the PDS is not the design, but it is the specification of the design for the product, and must be completed before any design work is started. So there is a difference. If you define the PDS well in advance, then only your product will be. It may be appropriate if I mention over here. A few days ago only, I was watching this on television, on this internet, an interview of Mr. Salim Khan with Mr. Komal Nahata. Komal Nahata is a journalist, filmy journalist. So Mr. Salim Khan pointed out this thing, that he never used to write a story and gave it to someone. He used to write a screenplay in which he used to specify everything, that what should be there in the scene and what should not be there in the scene, what type of sound it should have, what type of environment it should have, who participants should be there over there, etc., etc. So they used to depend upon the finest details, and this used to reduce the editing time of the movie, and that was the reason of their being very successful, Salim Javed, because they used to work on the finer details more. So they used to say that we used to finish the film ourselves on paper before the film used to go on the floor. So I thought that probably this should be one of our one takeaway we can have from that interview, and it is just like that we should have our this regular class also, because most of us are teachers. So our this design specification should also be there before we go into any class, that in our class what we are supposed to deliver to the students. So we should have the design specifications of the class already with us beforehand, that how much time should be spent on which particular topic, how much elaboration should be there, what should be the reaction, whether the students will be able to understand in this manner or that manner, etc., etc. So these things have to be worked out before the classroom. So any design work in PDS also, any design work should be started only after the specifications of the product are completely given, and the PDS should be circulated to ensure that the comments and criticisms given by all members of the project team and other interested parties. As wide you can circulate PDS as it is better whenever you are talking about new product. Yes, certain things are there, like monopoly is there, you should say intellectual property rights, etc., are there. So usually we circulate the PDS only amongst those people who do not infringe your this intellectual property rights. Okay, but the thing is that the discussion should be free, and also the criticism should be taken very positively. And then whatever queries there, whatever, let us say, this fingering etc. is there, and whatever, let us say, this error pointed out is there, they should be all sorted out, and so that PDS should be made error free as much as possible. Okay, so everything you have to take care of it. So it is something like that. You can see in this diagram that it is the universal, we should say, set outside, and this is the set inside. So, oh, just a minute. So usually, I don't know whether you are able to see on the top or not. Something is there. Okay. I'm using the WebEx for the first time, so I'm not much familiar with its functionality. Anyway, okay, now this bar is gone. Okay. So in this external world, there are many people. Finance is available externally. Okay. Material is available externally. Market is outside. And even sometimes the manufacturing system, which may not be available with us, so this may also be available externally. So my system or my let us say plant or something of that is confined in, let us say, this green box, and rest all the things are outside. So things are coming from outside, and things will be going outside also. Okay, but there is always a communication, and this communication is usually through arrows. Okay, so people might give you the idea, and these ideas, they are converted into design form. Then this design is, let us say, bifurcated in two things. One is the material, and the other one is the process. And so there are usually have interlinking and other the communications in the design, process, and material. And so what the material is, what the process is, they usually have the basis of the PDS. So in other words, I can say that in the design form, from design to, let us say, PDS, this material and the process, they usually we choose, or rather we select based on our experience also, and also many factors are affecting, let us say, how much is the finance available, how much is the supply available. Okay, and bigger thing is that what is the manufacturing system. So it is a very complex thing, but all these things finally should lead us into this PDS. So we all have to agree to on this specifications, and then these specifications, they will be guiding us in selecting the process and also the selecting the material. And then ultimately, if things are correct, then you will be having more and more finances, and also you will be having more and more, let us say, share in the market. So it all in this management, it is all always a bilateral, or rather we should say a thorough, transparent system, but with a degree of uncertainty always, that you should have somewhat this prediction also, and also you should be optimal in the selection of your resources. Okay, so your PDS should be firm enough, and rather it should be so reliable that whatever ultimately you do, it withstands the time as well as the market conditions. So we have been so far defining what the PDS is. Now we come on to these things, that what PDS is not. So first step is that a PDS must not be confused with all other specifications which refer to a product. Means the type of paint to be used, or standards that the eventually product must conform to. So it is not the PDS, because what has already been defined, you can simply refer to it. Okay, and because that standard may change eventually, so your product, one product will conform to it, but eventually when the standards have changed, now the product is not conforming to it. Okay, and type of paint. So you must have it seen in various advertisements. It is very clearly mentioned in let us say fine terms, or rather in this in below the advertisement, or where the any image is given, it is mentioned that the color and design may change without any prior notice. You must have noticed in various advertisements. Let us say if it is a car or something else, then it must have mentioned over there that color and design may be changed without issuing notice or without any prior notice. So because standards are changed. Now a very simple example is there. We have moved a vehicle, rather we have designed a vehicle which is, let us say, conforming, which was conforming to, let us say, BS4, Bharat Standard 4 of the emission norms. Okay, so BS4 was our standard at that time, and we used to say that it is complying with their emission norms at that time. Okay, so this line was sufficient that it is complying with the standards of emission at the time. Soon afterwards, the emission norms change, and now the emission norms are, let us say, BS5. Now it is even BS6 has come into picture. So what has become now? Our earlier product, is it obsolete? No, it is not obsolete, but it is not conforming to the standards which are current. It was conforming to the standards which were available when the product was rolled out. So now what is the way out? Now you check your product now against the standards which are available now, and then you get a recertification. So that's why, you know, we have to get this pollution certificate every year. That is only because of this. So in other words, we can simply say that PDS is not equal to standards. So product design specifications are not equal to standards. The standards may change depending upon their legal sanctity and depending upon various other conditions of the market. So PDS, your PDS of the product, they will remain same. Now another thing is that this should happen, that you should alter your PDS, you should change your PDS as per the available prevailing standards. Now take the other thing also. It is possible that one international product is there, okay, and you have, let us say, imported the machinery, etc., etc., and their with this design specifications, they may be superior than the prevailing standards at present. So what will happen? Your system will be able to accept it. Your customers will be accepting it because this product is superior than what is the
Actually, your voice is not audible. Can you hear me, sir? Sir, your network is, I think, your voice not available. Bas abhi, just 1 minute. Just a 2 moments back. Okay. So टिकट ऑन करना. My voice is there.
Yes, sir.
Respected sir, your voice is not audible. Kindly unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted.
Yes, sir. Now you are audible. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry. Actually, what happened that the network of my institute that went away.
It's okay,
So
sir.
I'm sorry. Which slide I was working on? Huh?
What is not product development specification?
Okay. So we are not much. So first step was that
Practically,
Pardon?
practically PDS is not.
Ha,
Practically
ha, ha.
PDS is not.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So we usually say PDS is not equal to standards. Your PDS may be better than what the prevailing standards are there.
Share your screen. Please share your screen.
Just a minute. I'll just share. Is it?
Yes, sir.
Is it sharing?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Thank you.
It is visible, sir.
Okay. Actually, I'm a die-hard fan of Google. Okay, so we usually deliver Google Meet, but on WebEx, very few lectures I have given, and I'm not much familiar with it. So sometimes these hiccups are there. Anyway, so please pardon me for that. So we usually say that the PDS are not equal to standards. Sometimes your PDS may be better than the standards, and sometimes it is possible that your PDS may be somewhat inferior than the standards, but your product may even do better than what is the standard, this PDS you have given. So let us say we have been discussing about the example of the car, that your car is conforming to, let us say, BS4 standards when it was manufactured. However, usually we make the product even finer than that, because we take the, I should say, the tolerance of highest order while designing the PDS. Okay. So usually the emissions are usually far superior. Emissions are far less than what is given in the standards in, let us say, BS4 or so. So even if your car is conforming to BS4, but it is possible that it may be conforming to BS5 also, BS6 also. And to ensure this, usually nowadays what we have this emission norms. So if you tune it properly, and if you are running it well, then it is possible that it will be having minimal of emission, and so it will be conforming to the current standards also. So PDS are usually made up of in a project in such a manner that your product will conform to it, and it is usually a broader product. But it is also possible that your product itself may be superior than what your this PDS is saying. Okay. Second thing was that PDS is not sacred. PDS should always be changed, but all changes should be noted and recorded. And this is the key of our this total quality management, that all should be noted and recorded, whatever changes you are doing. So documentation forms a very very important role in this total quality management, because whatever you are doing, it should go into history, so that later on, if somebody wants to know that how this product has come to up to this shape, then we should be able to identify that what had been the feedback and what had been the steps taken, and so the same person will not commit the same type of mistakes which the earlier people did. And so what will happen, that the person is now free to have new mistakes to be done. So this PDS should be a living document, and it should be dynamic always. But this does not mean that when you change the PDS, that you should make the changes in such a manner that every time you have to make the manufacturing line different. No. With every refinement in the manufacturing process, with every refinement in the product's material, etc., your PDS should change. Okay. We can just thought about it, but it is a tip, nothing else. Because in this manufacturing and other you will be discussing the process, probably there people will be discussing it. Okay. Creating the PDS and the checklist. The PDS creation is usually an art. Usually people used to say earlier. Nowadays we say that creation of PDS is a very systematic manner, and nowadays it has fallen into the category of, let us say, science or technology. So what we used to say art, and what is the difference between art and science and technology? Art is that something which is involving only skills. Okay. But technology is that which does have systematic steps. It is technology, in broadest possible sense, you can say. Okay. So the creation of the PDS involves asking the right questions. Right question is steps are there. And if the answers are easy, it is probably because the difficult questions have not been asked. That is a buzzword we usually take into management, that if the answers are easy, it means you are avoiding the difficult questions. And questions, if they are difficult and if their answers are given, then subsequently what will happen, the questions will be lighter. But in the beginning, if the questions are light and the answers are easy, then subsequently, mind it, in the market, difficult questions will be asked. So the questions should be asked by the internal or external customers in the broadest functional terms to allow the designer freedom to innovate. कि अगर ऐसा हो जाएगा तो हम क्या करेंगे, वैसा होगा तो क्या करेंगे, और we should always take into account the all possible functional variations into it, so that the designer should design in such a manner that your product is the most versatile. Okay. And so PDS for every product will be different. When we will be taking the example at the time, we will be also seeing it. So the PDS for every project will be different. Two much similar like products may have different PDS. Okay. Even if their functionality is same, then again they are different. Because if they are being used in different environment, again they have to be different. So PDS varies until unless you must have seen that in refrigerators also and in other products also, even in washing machines also, usually they have, let us say, a code, a broad code. Like in washing machine, usually they have WSA, let us say. Okay. So W stands for, let us say, a washing machine. Then S stands for, let us say, the steel drum. Okay. And A stands for, let us say, automatic. So WSA एक कंपनी का जैसे मान लो हमने उसमें देखा है वाशिंग मशीन के अंदर पीछे प्रोडक्ट कोड है, उसके आगे की तरफ उसका कितनी बार रिवाइव हुआ, कितनी बार रिवाइज हुआ, इसका साइज वगैरह के हिसाब से दे यूजुअली गिव द कोड, लेट अस से 65 WSA. ओके, इसका मतलब इट इज 6.5 लीटर्स and washing machine, and it is let us say S stands for, let us say, steel. Sometimes SA का मतलब सेमी ऑटोमेटिक भी होता है, sometimes पे यूज, वो कंपनी का अपना अपना पॉलिसी है. each company will be having their own, let us say, code, and accordingly they will be making it. Okay, so it is possible. And then sometimes, let us say, they will in the beginning they will be having, let us say, N65 WSA. This N will indicate that what are the number of revisions in the PDS they have done, and afterwards they have reached to this conclusion. Or this N may have some other code also which is not known to the customer also. So it will always depend upon the company that how and what the product code they are deciding. And you can only make a guess sometimes that what these hidden numbers are all about. So it is usually the policy. Then, so, but one thing is sure, that the PDS for that type of product will be always be same. However, you can do one thing, that you can have a, you can have a, let us say, a broad, this I'll say, picture of, let us say, design specifications, in which, let us say, brands like S means for semi-automatic, A stands for, let us say, automatic, M stands for, let us say, manual, etc., etc. They all can be covered into this. But the only thing is that you can have different chapters for, let us say, S, different for this A, and different for M. So you can have addenda in the annexer. Sometimes you can have addenda in various chapters. Sometimes you can have, let us say, asterisk marks that this should be striked out for this particular thing, etc., etc. So you can have one PDS document, project design specification. You can have a very broad spectrum in which you can have specifications for different products in different chapters or in different annotations. Okay, so you can create a standard format. You can make a generic PDS for the specific company, and it will help you in completion of the PDS very fast, and it will ensure that most of the points are considered. Okay, so usually we have a very broad checklist of general points, and so we will just study it for most of the electrical products. Can we have Rahul ji just a knowledge that how many are electrical engineers, how many are mechanical engineers, and how many are, let us say, civil or other this branch? Can we have? Excuse me. I'm not able to listen. Yeah. So can we have a categorization? Hello? Anybody else from the host side who can tell that how many participants belong to which stream? I'm not getting any answer. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are.
So please tell me, how many are electronics engineers or electrical engineers, or rather the circuit engineers? Out of these participants?
Yes, sir. I am an instrumentation engineer.
Okay.
Sir, I am mechanical engineer.
Okay. Sarvesh ji, हाँ जी. Anup.
I am a computer engineer.
Anup. Okay, nice. So it is a means
A
all are
computer
not
engineer.
mechanic, computer. Good. Nice. Electrical. Very wonderful. Nice.
Sir,
So even
mechanical engineer.
architecture, mechanical. Yes. So in a way, that's what I wanted to ask. Now, if I want to give a checklist, let us say I'm giving a same paper to all of you. Let us say asking the same type of questions. It is possible that some might not be able to answer. What will I do? I will make a broad checklist, but that will be based on the common type of thing. Hello? Okay.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
I'm audible? Okay.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. So we usually have, for the same type of products, usually we have a broad checklist. And yes, certainly in other lectures also you will be discussing and you will be studying this type of thing also, that what the checklist should be for the various points. But we will have a different checklist over here. So general points which are to be considered in any process of, let us say, production of, let us say, any product, every does make it. Okay. Now the two things the checklist does. Very first thing is it stimulates the thinking. That when you look at the checklist, immediately it strikes to your mind, oh, I have to take care of this thing also. Okay. So not all the factors noted will apply to a given product, but the subject heading should be scanned to give the area for profitable consideration. And usually it is a series of questions to ask to enable to capture the essential requirement of the product and not a rigorous design methodology. So in checklist, it is usually done that what are the essential requirements for the product, and we do not discuss a rigorous design methodology there at the time of checklist only. But what is important, that what are the essential requirements, because we have to leave sufficient margin for innovation also. So stimulation of thinking is required. At the same time, you should know that what is required for the particular product. So as we have already discussed, for every project or product has to be different. And so creation of a standard format or generic PDS will make the compilation of the completion of the PDS very rapid. Moreover, it will be ensured that most of the points are considered. So usually what is required, that you should make a very generic PDS for your entire this range of products. Okay. So generally for product of one category, generic PDS leads to better design, better quality, and optimal resource utilization. Or in other words, we can say that if, let us say, generic PDS is a bigger set, or I'll say a universal set, then a specific PDS for that particular product is a subset of that. Let us say your company is making electrical panels, or rather say electrical, not panels, but let us say electrical switches. Okay. So when it is making the switches, then you have to procure this type of materials, and let us say you are working on the material management. Now, if you are, let us say, working on plugs, okay, you do not require springs. But when you are using the switch, at the time springs are required. But in generic PDS, in your materials department, there should be some standards, or rather we should say you should have some this design specifications for springs also. So in generic PDS, it should also be mentioned, and the I should say the specifications for your spring should also be
टूट
there.
जाएगा सब
But in
कुछ
specific, pardon, hello. But in your specific PDS, you can simply strike out. Mind it, it is always easier for us to strike out something, but to add something new is usually difficult. So we usually prefer to have a generic, let us say, designed specifications, very broad, and then we use only a subset of it for your particular product. Okay. Then the PDS should be verified by one person or one team. So in your mark sheet also you must have seen, because if all of your teachers, you must have seen in various mark sheets also that the students' marks are usually written by one body, created by one person, and then they are verified by another person. So they are created by, let us say, one person or team, and then they are checked and agreed by the other person. Okay, so this way there is a cross checking, and so PDS are that way formed. So usually an internal review is preferred in the case of PDS, and then the full commitment of the project team is necessary before the PDS is issued to the customer. If somebody is having any doubt, then again it has to be reviewed and then it has to be cleared. So that is very, very important as far as the PDS is concerned, that everybody in the project team, it should be committed to the project. Most of the things that I'm discussing today, they have taken from my this TQM notes, total quality management notes. So some of the vocabulary you might be familiar, and some of them you might not be familiar, and some of them might look out of place. But these notes actually they were made from the point of view of the total quality management, but they were related to the PDS, so that's why I have included them over here. Now we use the PDS. The PDS forms the basis for the design, and PDS is subject to change, but it should become firm at the pre-production or production stage. As we have already seen the example of, let us say, BS4, BS5. So even if you know that BS5 is coming, but at present your this production is of BS4, and one of your team is already working on, let us say, BS5. Most of your products are, let us say, conforming to, let us say, BS5, but your project design specifications, when it is the production stage, at the time the specification should go with BS4. However, you can subsequently change it for next lot, but at the time pre-production or production stage, when you are in, at the time the PDS will remain firm and they will not be changing at the time. So it is something like that. You cannot change the goal post when the match is going on. आप गोल पोस्ट को शिफ्ट नहीं कर सकते जबकि मैच चल रहा हो. जब मैच खत्म हो जाने के बाद में you can shift it, but not before. And the PDS thus forms the basic raw material for your handbooks, manuals, sales literature, and the final specifications of the product in conjunction with the final drawings. So mind it always that PDS is nothing but it is a skeleton, or rather should say a picture of the skeleton, or we can say that it is the X-ray of your entire body, and based on that the doctor can tell that which bone is broken, or what is the, let us say, physical deformity, or what is the shape of this or shape of that, etc., etc. Some people might agree, somebody might not agree, but in a way we can say the PDS is simply an image of your final product. So these are the design specifications and considerations which we usually do, and we can categorize them. And so with the various alphabets, we can take them one by one, and it is like that. that product design specifications usually in various categories they should be given. So very first thing, although it comes very late, but alphabetically it is because it is coming up. So that's why I have discussed it. I'm discussing it over here. One is the aesthetics. You should know that the product should look beautiful. Product should look pleasant to eyes, and product should look, let us say, it is having a class, so that it will attract the customer. And then assembly. Assembly should be such that when you assemble it and when you disassemble it, then it is easier to work on. So that is that you have to take care in the PDF. Then bought in parts. How many parts you will be bringing in? Some parts you will be manufacturing in your own process, but some parts will be coming up. Let us say when you talk about car, tires usually you do not make. So the tires will be coming and then you will be putting in. Then what is the complexity? That is also important. What is the complexity of the process and complexity of use of the product? That they are two different things. So complexity, again, you have to take care that it simpler the thing, broader will be the versatility of it. I'll give a very simple example. All of you must have heard about, let us say, the gravitation law of gravitation. It's very simple, that F equal to G m1 into m2 divided by r square. Simple, very simple law, but it is very broad. There is no corner or rather no place in this universe where this is not applicable. It is a universal law because of its simplicity. However, if you make it complex, there are many laws which are very, very complex, but their usability or versatility is very, very, very limited. So they are not applicable beyond a certain level. So the things are very simple. They usually have very large versatility, and complexity should be, that's why, avoided, and complexity should be converted into simplicity, I should say. Then constraints. What are the boundary conditions where the product should be confined to, whether in the manufacturing stage or even later in the use? So there also have to be, let us say, for example, I'm making electric shaver. Okay, Chinese product है, आप सब लोग जानते होंगे, इलेक्ट्रिक शेवर इज देयर. बट व्हाट आई वांट, उनकी जो मोटर्स हैं, आपने देखी होगी, अगर चाइनीज मोटर्स को कभी देखा हो आपने, दे वर्क फ्रॉम लेट अस से 3 ohm to 3 volt to let us say 18 volts very nicely. Whatever voltage you give, they will be working between 3 to 18. So what will happen? Usually we work it on let us say 5 volts. Okay, using a USB you can work it on. It will work fine. But if you are not getting USB and you are getting, let us say, 4 1.5 volt, let us say AAA batteries or let us say AA batteries, okay, and you connect it, even then it is working fine. So constraints are very much relaxed. But if I'm having, let us say, a motor which is strictly working on, let us say, 5 volts, then what will happen? If I'm giving 6 volts, it is likely that it may be damaged. If I'm giving, let us say, 4 volts, then it is likely that the motor may not work as per the desired. Its RPM will be less, or torque will be less, or something of that sort. So constraints should be as less as possible, but they have to be mentioned in the PDS always. Then competition. If I'm trying to bring in a new product, okay, its competitors, what are the competitors? They should also be mentioned. It is a very wonderful thing if you can mention it in the PDS, so that when designing or when doing a process, the other person will take care of it, that we have to go for the superior design or then this. And so in the spiral, when you are spiral down it, okay, then it is very, very, very much needed. And second thing is that sometimes competition is not only of the entire product, but sometimes it is, let us say, compatible or rather competing, this should say, the fit-in this products are also there, or rather the constituents also. So let us say आज मेरे पास में एक कंपनी का या एक स्टैंडर्ड जो है कोई प्रोडक्ट है, if it is not available, then it's alternative. So instead of, let us say, competition, we can say an alternative also. So I'm alternative of, let us say, certain products also we have to be mentioned. Then cost. What will be the cost of that product? That is also important. Sometimes it is very difficult for us to identify the cost and mention it in the PDS. But nowadays, what is happening now, this in company literature also, and with many places also, you try to find out this machine timing also, material timing, etc., then overheads, etc., etc., and usually we give a cost. And then our entire emphasis is how to reduce the cost, and this cost is usually, should say, a promoting factor, or rather, we should say, a motivating factor of simplifying the process, or rather reducing the timing, etc., etc. So that's why it should also form the a part of PDS. Then customer demand, and it should be specific, very much specific, that what exactly the customer had demanded for, that should be mentioned over there. Like my customer says that my product should work between 200 volt and 300 volt, and it should not function below 200. Why? Because if he wants to make, let us say, some type of, let us say, material, okay, which is very high, then sometimes it is also possible that your customer may ask that a non-functionality beyond a certain, let us say, range of conditions, it is also possible your customer may demand. So customer's specific demand should also be taken care. Then design line. But the product that you have designed, how is it, and how much the design will continue. Like an example I can give you of the IC 555, because being an electronics engineer, usually it is very apt for us that to give examples from that. So since when I was a student about 35 years ago, we were using the chip IC 555. We are still using it. Op-amp 741 we were using earlier, now still we are using. And its design life, we can say it is infinite. Similarly, this chips, let us say 1N401, its design life is infinite, because whenever we will be having any logic, okay, gates will be there, these chips will be used. So that like that. Then delivery requirements means when it is being delivered, what are the requirements at that time? Whether the project should be upright or something of that sort, or rather say that it should fit in this particular, let us say, box or something of that sort. The requirements are mentioned. Then disposal is very, very important nowadays. In Japan, if you have an experience, we usually have to pay 5% of the disposal tax, okay, on any product. There's a tangible item, and there is a 5% tax. Why? They say that any product, its disposal also costs us. So a very interesting thing was that I had bought one product from some shop, and I had to pay tax of, let us say, 5%. And I gave this particular product to this interpreter's son. Okay. Her first question was, sir, you should not claim a refund of it at the airport, because that product is still in Japan. So it's a disposal cost we have to pay. Okay. So she asked me to please do not claim the refund of it and let the government have it. So disposal is also a very important thing. And usually in India, we don't take care of disposal. That means we have seen that polythene and other things, usually we do not care for the disposal, but it should be taken care. So disposal should make a, how this disposal will be there, what is the process, what is the cost, etc., etc. That should also be form the part of this PDS. Then energy, how much energy will be given, how much energy will be the output, and how much energy will be releasing in the form of heat. And obviously, we will be coming on later on one particular aspect of that also. But energy should be mentioned, that what is the energy, means how much is wattage are there, input, as well as output, etc. Ergonomics. How this should be. Usually, as far ergonomics are concerned, we usually make various drawings for that, and then we define that how this should be used. If somebody has used this car's manual, please look at your car's manual if you are having, then it will be mentioned that how you change the, let us say, wheel. This will be mentioned over there. Okay. How you move your steering, how you handle your gear, everything is mentioned over there with the help of drawings. So ergonomics plays a very vital role. Then existing designs. If you have some existing designs of the product, if the product is, let us say, old and you only made some improvement into it, then they are also important. Then expert or expertise. What are the experts available internally or externally or whatever it is, who has helped into it, and what was their expertise, etc., etc. That should also be recorded in your PDS. Then fatigue, features, finish, and friction. They all are F, but they do have, each one has got their own role. Fatigue means that what is the time of operation, continuous operation, and after that much time, should it stop or not, or intermittently if you are using, then what are the conditions? If you are using it continuously, what are the conditions? जैसे आपने आटा चक्के देखा हो तो उसमें साफ लिखा हुआ होता है कि ऑपरेशन जो है इसका है वो आधे घंटे तक आप करिएगा, उसके बाद उसको बंद कर दीजिएगा 15 मिनट के लिए, उसके बाद आप उसको वापस से ओपन करिएगा, वापस को चालू करिएगा. So that is taking care of fatigue. Then various features, you all know features, need not mention. Features are, let us say, we should say non-technical, or rather we should say semi-technical type of details are there, which a layman can understand, therefore usually features. Then finish, whether the finish is rough finish, fine finish, etc., etc. And then friction. Friction also plays a very vital role. If the material is too high, then there has to be wheels. So friction, whether it is means internally, if the friction is there, then it will producing etc. So friction plays a very, very vital role. And so if material is, let us say, too heavy nowadays, then we usually provide some this आजकल आपने देखा होगा फ्रिज का नीचे व्हील लगे हुए आते हैं या वॉशिंग मशीन साथ में, so that have to be mentioned. Then functions, ये I put it separately, not with all the four, that what are the main features, what are the secondary features, and what are the tertiary features, they are there. So it is just like that you go to purchase a washing machine. Okay. So its main features will be listed over there. Okay. Secondary features, the salesman will be telling to your son or to yourself. And then tertiary features will also be there, he will be telling to your wife. Okay. Main features क्या है? भाई this is an automatic washing machine, इसमें आप पानी जो है अपने आप आ जाता है, साबुन अपने आप आ जाता है, एक बात खत्म. सेकंड फीचर्स क्या होता है कि इट कैन बी पुट इन लेटर से इस पोजीशन में रखिए, इसको इतना पानी लगेगा या जो भी करके, और इसको जो है कि पीछे से कनेक्शन कहाँ जोड़ना है, ये वगैरह सारे इसके सेकेंडरी फीचर्स हो गए. ये कितना आसान है. टर्सरी फीचर्स, इसमें आप क्या नाम है उसका, अपनी बेडशीट भी धो सकते हैं, पर्दे भी धोए सकते हैं, ठीक है, उसको साफ करना है तो कैसे करेंगे, ऑल दिस फीचर्स. सो फंक्शंस डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द प्रोडक्ट्स means periodicity also, you can make them main features, secondary features, tertiary features. Main features are usually those features we are used much frequently. Secondary features are intermittently, the frequency is intermittent, and tertiary features are very those features which are periodically, not even periodically, occasionally, or rather we should say that rarely they are used. So they are the type of things. Then green specs, that it is related with the environment, that are the specifications which are being used in of the products, where the green specs. Then handling instructions, need not mention, everybody knows it. Then information and manual. Obviously, in the broad, let us say in a shape, in paragraphs, if you inform about the product, or if you make a, let us say, service manual, etc., etc. This is all again form this particular point. Then job card means if it is coming for, let us say, service, then what type of things should be taken care. The job card should also be in the PDS. Know-how. What is the technology is based upon, let us say some patents, etc. are there, then they have to be mentioned that from where this technology has been borrowed, or whether it has been purchased, or what already company has applied for the patent, etc. This also will be there. Then lead time. This is for internal purpose, that if you want to supply, let us say, this product day after tomorrow, then it should be, and if let us say it should be started today. So basically the lead time is 48 hours. So if any demand is there, then at 48 hours before, you should mention this product. This is typically required when we are talking about this TQM, total quality management, that at this particular time, if I'm requiring this particular product, then what is the lead time and when the process should start. What are the legal issues involved with it that should be mentioned, and life in service, that how much life the product should have legally and otherwise also. So that just say tire, usually we say that 4 years are sufficient for the tire, and after 4 years you should replace the tires. But usually it happens that you may run the tire for, let us say, 10 years, 15 years, sometimes 6 years, 7 years also. But it is very difficult for us to run the tire for 10 years or 15 years. Okay, so that is a reasonable life. Usually we consider that 4 years is the specified, but 5, 6 years, 7 years you can run on. Okay. To maintain marketing modeling need not mention. They are all self-explanatory. The noise, that is a very big consideration. Earlier, it never used to be a point in PDS, but with this pollution norms, environmental pollution also in India also nowadays, we are having many of the manufacturing companies in this PDS, they mention the noise also. Like say a fan is there or an AC is there, you must have seen in AC also they mention that it is very quiet, but still they do not specify the dBs. At night how much dBs it will generate, how much decibels it will generate. So they do not mention, but very soon they will do it in all the developed countries. This is also required, that household good is there, then the noise level also it has to mention, so that minimum of this environmental pollution is there. Then operation steps need not mention, that in manufacturing as well as in use, what are the steps of operation? Because if it is a, let us say, multi-step operation, then they have to be mentioned, each and everything carefully. Then outdoor exposure, if something is to be used internally, then it cannot be used externally. And if it is being used externally, then certainly it is going to have some effect on the performance. So outdoor exposure is also important. And biggest thing, that is where most of the electronic components and most of the other, and many of the products, it is mentioned that it is the operating temperature, at what temperature it should operate. Let us say I'm having any medical product, particularly perishable products, or let us say medical products, or some, let us say, eatables are there. Okay, then operating temperature plays a very vital role. And so that's why in medicines you must have mentioned, you have seen that it mentioned that please keep in a refrigerator, or please keep it in cold environment, or please deep freeze it or something of that sort. And when you deep freeze it, then they say that the life is like this. And sometimes in sweets also it is mentioned that not to be kept in refrigerator, should be consumed in this time. Okay, so in summer time also the temperature, because the difference in temperature with the winters, we have different life of product. So operating temperature is a big say in your PDS. Then packaging, delivery, transport, and point of sale. Packaging plays a very vital role. Usually we have this for internal shifting of the product, packaging is different. But when you are giving it, when the product is coming out of the manufacturing unit, then its packaging will altogether be different. It is also possible that you may be having multiple packaging, means all the packages, all the products, they will be put together, and then you will be having a bigger carton, and then you will be transporting, and then if you are, let us say, putting in some container, again the packaging will be different, and so and so. So packaging will always be depending how this thing is being handled. Then patents, you have to mention already in manual number of times, but in PDS we usually mention it. Then performance, how its performance is, and the performance criteria should be there. Usually we have various graphs, curves for that particular. Then portability, whether the product is portable or not, and if portability is there, then what should be the conditions of the portability, that should be mentioned. Process, certainly yes, that how this process will be there. Sometimes some things are repeatable. If you can see, if I go back, here you should say that these certain things will be mentioned in the handling instruction also. Some certain things will be in the function also. Some, let us say, manufacturing issues also, and sometimes these things will be mentioned in the process also. But I'm saying it is a general product design specification. So when you define everything, you can even strike out certain things which are not applicable. Okay, so they are general, they are very broad. That is the universal set I'm saying. Okay, so for it may not be applicable for certain of your products, then you can strike out, but usually they should be there. Then project team, who should be there in the project? Who are the persons who have designed it, done it? Because if the success is there, then they should also get rewarded. And if it is, let us say, product is a failure, then they should be reprimanded for taking care things better. Then project schedule, that in the prototype stage, how much time should take in testing, how much time quality control, how much time the manufacturing, final manufacturing, then again things that should be there. And then the prototype, that what are the points you undertook in the prototype manufacturing, and sometimes that what things you excluded in prototype which may eventually lead to failure also. So that's why you have to take care of this. There's a prototype specification you should separately mention also. So prototype's entire detail should also be mentioned. Then quality and quantity. Sometimes there means quality means the tolerance level. So usually we mention that the tolerance is, let us say, within plus minus 1% or even less than that or that. Okay, so this comes under quality, that how much is the adherence. Okay, and then quantity, that if something has to be batch produced, then its manufacturing process has to be altered, and the batch has to be, let us say, there should be, take special precautions for that. And if something is being produced just as one unit, again, then there have to be different type of precautions we have to take care. Okay, then reliability. Again, reliability is conformance. Reliability is conformance to the standards given or to the expected operation of that particular with this product program. That is called reliability. So how close is the performance of your product or program, this project, to the expected value? That is your reliability. Then that should also be mentioned over there. Okay, in PDS also, so that you should mention that this should be reliability. It will basically a test of your design prototype also. Okay, Safety, shelf life, and storage conditions already we have mentioned in this operating temperature also. So they also form the background for that. That what will be the shelf life, and shelf life can be increased if the operating temperature is reduced. And shelf life means how much time it will remain, let us say, outside. Shelf life usually can consider that it is the time of production to consumption. Okay, time between production to consumption is usually the shelf life. So that sometimes can be increased, sometimes it can be decreased depending upon how you do the storage of it. Then size and standards. Size, everybody knows, is the most important thing, and size is the first thing of any product that we usually notice. Okay, if it is big or small, then all other considerations will be later. And what are the standards, prevailing standards you took care? So that you also have to mention. Then what are the targets you want to achieve? Sometimes your product may fail, or you may fall short of its target. Let us say we are trying to manufacture a car which can achieve, let us say, 400 kilometers per hour speed. Okay, that is our target. But we have been able to reach up to 380 kilometers. For an ordinary customer who it is perfectly okay. But I want to make a versatile type of engine so that it will be fitting in the racing cars also. So their target, my design team's target may be different. So this target should also mention, so that what happens that continuous improvement. For tomorrow, if somebody wants to look at the product design specifications, he will be able to have a motivation factor. Then testing, how much testing has been done and what are the testing standards, etc. That has been. Then time skills, we all know it. Then tools, what are the tools to be used, and tools later on to be supplied with the product also, that we mentioned. Toxicity, whether the product, if it is, let us say, it is eatable or it is to be used with children, toddlers, etc., then toxicity is very, very important. Training, if you need, if the customer requires a training, then it has to be mentioned. And how it should be transported, jerky, non-jerky, then it should be completely vertical, or it should be handled with care because there's might be some glass item, etc., etc. So all these things have to be mentioned. The use factor, that is also very important. Certain things which are not used, they deteriorate faster. Certain things which are when overused, they deteriorate faster. So we have to come up with a use factor that it should have, let us say, 60% of the on time and 40% off time, so that it will have a cooling effect also, and so the product will be working well. Sometimes this use factor may be different for different type of materials, different type of this dynamics of the material things also. Then vibrations. Again, vibrations and noise, they are much relative to each other, but vibrations are simply, we can say that they are a silent noise, but they affect the human body, the nearby environment also. So vibrations should, what is the level of vibration, that is to be mentioned. In diesel engines, usually when recently we had a visit of this Mercedes Benz at this near Chennai, in Kamraj Nagar or somewhere in Chennai. Yes, this plant is there. So in this PDS they mentioned this also, that what is the vibration level that is acceptable for the engine and what is not, because the engines were being manufactured by the other unit. So before going for the assembly, they were mentioning the vibration level also, that this should be the vibration level. If it is not there, then the product will be failing. Again, one more thing, vibration is a very sensitive issue. So vibration is, for engines, vibration is checked at two levels. Once where the engine assembly is there, and when it is transported to the final assembly. And at the final assembly, when it is received, again it is checked for vibration, because it is possible that during this transportation from this engine assembly to final assembly, there might be, let us say, some jerk, or let us say maybe some damage or something, and because of this, if the geometry is changed, then the vibrations will increase. So that's why they are checked at 2 levels. And a very simple thing that you can also do it at home, that usually we have this LVDT connected with it, and with this vibrations we can manufacture it. So many instrumentation engineers, they might find it good jobs nowadays in innovating certain type of testings for that type of thing. Then waste, how much waste is being generated in manufacturing process as well as in the use of the product. Then what is the weight, wall, outer wall strength, that is also very, very important. Because your product's dynamics depends a lot on to deciding what should be the outer wall thickness should be there. Let us say if the product is very static, it is confining and not having any moving parts inside, then the outer wall will be only for the protection from outside. But if say little internal dynamics is also there, then we have to take care of this, that this internal dynamics does not affect the outside world. So then again the wall, outer wall should take care of, it should be for the bilateral protection. So that is also very, very important. And sometimes let us say inside, let us say some magnetic material is there, or rather there is some magnetic field is being produced, then the outer wall should be such that it should not let the magnetic field go astray and affect the other things. So in computers you must have seen that usually the body of your this desktop is often made up of a steel material which works as a shield for the other things which are nearby. In laptop also you must have seen that usually fans are provided in the sides, okay, and this bottom is usually provided in such a manner that most of the heat is vented out through sides, but not on the not from the, it does not heat the bottom, because usually we keep the laptop in our lap, that's why it is laptop, and if it gets heated up then it will be inconvenient for you. So that's why we do it. Then yield improvement, that is very, very important, that for sustainability of any product, the yield improvement is very much required. That when you are using this product, how much improvement in the yield you have found out, like a harvester is there. One harvester, earlier harvester, let us say one generation is, let us say cutting, let us say 3 tons of your crop in one day. But you have, let us say, come up with one product which may not look that beautiful, but it, let us say, improves the yield by, let us say, 50% extra, or let us say from 3 tons to, let us say now it is the product yield is 4.5 tons. So what does it mean? It means that it will be having inherently some benefit for the end user or the customer. So certainly it will go for it. So this is a positive point, and this will enhance your sale. Secondly, let us say I am making a car which can house, let us say 4 people. In India, usually we say that a family does not consist of 4 people only. A family is usually made up of 5 or 6 people. You must have seen that in India, the cars are slightly larger in size as compared to the Japanese cars. Why? In Japan, car is meant for housing the 4 people. But in India, we usually have the car meant for 5 people. And that's why we have one belt, seat belt, in the middle of the rear seat also, which is obviously inconvenient and does not conform to the safety norms. But it is there because we usually seat the 5 people. So in a way, what is the yield improvement? And from Japan to India, the cars have provided as of 1% or as a 20%. So that's why the cars which are now produced in India, they are usually having this 20% more yield improvement. So in this PDS of, let us say, Maruti cars, particularly Zen and this WagonR, they have done it. So yield improvement is 20%. So this list is not comprehensive. It can be further expanded, it can be modified, or it can be tailored, it can be reduced. depending upon your product to clarify the design intent. Okay, so these are the various, let us say, design codes. You can see that many other things are there which will combine together, and then they will be forming the design core. So PDS, product design specifications, they will be forming, they will be comprising of, let us say, many things, and so ultimately will be reaching the final design. And then we come on to the evaluation of the PDS. As part of the specification, it is very important to identify the evaluation criteria before the design process starts. The design has to be very, very rigorous. Okay, this evaluation has to be very, very rigorous for the design process. And then there may be altered design process if aspects of evaluation are deemed inappropriate. Like if you have made, let us say, certain changes in the design, then the new aspects have to be also evaluated, and so you have to take care of that also. Evaluation criteria is necessary because it is possible that a number of competing designs may be identified, and all of which meet the specification. Let us say a very simple thing. From customer point of view, I have to buy a car. Okay, forget about, let us say, the manufacturer at present, because evaluation is done at various stages, let us say from customer point of view. Okay, and this review should be done by the manufacturer also. So I want a car which is having a tall boy design. Okay, at the same time, my car should have the spares being made available in the cities where I am going and coming back nowadays. Okay, so what I will need, first of all, I will evaluate the cars based on the size, that it should have a tall boy design, because I am, let us say, 6 feet 1 inch height. Okay, so my car should be able to house me. So I come up with, let us say, 3 different models of 3 different manufacturers. Okay, then second thing is that I am, let us say, working in this area, which is Jhalawad is my, let us say, hometown. Bara is my, let us say, which is a small city where I often go. So the spare should be available in Bara also, because it is possible that my car may break down in Bara. So what I will do, although I am living in Jhalawad, but I will search a manufacturer's dealer which is available in both the cities and which can provide the spares at both the places, so that if any time if I need a spare or if I need a service of my vehicle, then it should be available. So again, my evaluation is that they should be available. Third evaluation criteria is that my spare should be cheap. So various evaluation criteria are there. Then if the road is, let us say, terrain is tough, then what type of tires I should have? If, let us say, what should be the ground clearance of the vehicle? All this, there can be number of evaluation criteria, and probably with every PDS entity, there should be one evaluation criteria. That is very much required. So the evaluation criteria can be used to determine which of the design solutions should be adopted. There can be multiple design solutions, competing design solutions available with us, but it is the evaluation criteria which decides that which is the optimal design and which should be adopted. So usually there are, let us say, 5 or 6 criteria which are always available. The one is cost. Other than the criteria, customer specific criteria is there. But as far as the company is concerned, the very first thing is the cost. Second is safety, size, reliability, maintenance, noise, and vibration. So usually the 6 criteria, they are always there, which should form, they are essential. But more criteria you can add as per the need in evaluation. Okay. So this is how your specifications are formed. Let us say summarize it. So a brief by the customer or the end user is there. Let us say, then we have the designer research literature review is there. Then we have to take care of that what type of patents are there, what are the intellectual properties available, then what are the standards available, then conference paper, journal paper, books, reports, wherever any detail about that particular thing is there, we should take care of it. Then who are the competitors and what are their publications, what are their brochures, what are their specifications that we study, and combined with this available literature and the competitors literature, we have a parametric study. And then we identify market gap, that what is not available in the market, what is not available in the trend, but what is demanded, and what is we usually forecast that what is possible, the demand, and then we have the market gap. That also forms one particular aspect. Then when official and this private, this market data, that what is available in the market and what is not available, that we have to identify. Then need and opportunity analysis has to be done. Then also we have to ask various questions internally as well as the externally, which are probable. Then again we have the need and opportunity analysis based on the questionnaire. Then again we identify the market gap, and based on that, when all these things they match together, then we come up with the various specifications and then the PDS. Okay. So let us have a small design. I think we are running short of time. Only 6 minutes are left for this lecture. I'll be running just 4 or 5 minutes extra because we had lost some time in this reconnection. Okay. So very simple thing. Let us say I want to make an amplifier as an electronics engineer. That's why I was asking earlier how many people are there. You might be interesting for electronics engineers, it might be interesting, but for others it might be somewhat boring. But bear with me. So let us say I want to make an amplifier, and I'm not much interested in, let us say, BJT or some other type of amplifier. I want that the amplifier I should be able to control with just one thing. So let us go by the literature. My literature says that let us say, feedback this amplifier formula is like very simple: gain divided by 1 plus gain into feedback. So if I have gain into feedback multiplication very large, then A will be equal to gain divided by gain into feedback. Or I can say that inverse of the feedback is, let us say, your this amplification. Okay. So based on that, what I want that my gain should be very large. Okay. So my entire emphasis is now that I should have gain into feedback very large. I should make this condition. So when I make this condition, and I want that A amplification is inverse of feedback, so certainly my feedback will be less than 1, then only amplification is possible. So I want that my feedback should be less as possible, and it will increase the onus on the gain. The gain should be very large. So how will I get it? If the gain is so what is my expectation? The gain should be very large so that the amplification can be controlled by the feedback only. So if I have a very small feedback, but I will have very good amount of amplification. And further, I wish that the device should operate with minimal of loading on the measuring on the source. Means minimum current it should draw, minimum drop it should have on the, so that my signal is not at all disturbed. And so what should happen, that the input impedance should be very high. I think every electronics engineer or electrical engineer will be able to understand what I mean by that. And so and then I want that my output should have a reasonably stable current. It should not happen that I draw more current and the voltage falls in the device. So output impedance should be very low. So when we combine all these things together, all these expectations together, then we come up with one particular product broadly. Then what I want, my expectations are more. I want that my device should operate from 3 volt to 18 volt. That whatever be this condition, whatever be the voltage battery or something is available, if I apply onto it, that my device should be able to operate. Okay. Then my device should be operated in unipolar, bipolar mode, means where the voltage goes negative, I want a negative, let us say, amplification, even then it should be able to provide. Then the device should have minimal offset, means if I want to give, let us say, 0 volt, it is going, let us say, or giving output, or let us say 0.2 volt, I don't want it. I want that if I give 0 volt, then it should also return me 0 volt. Then the number of pins in my system should not exceed 8, let us say. So input pin, output pin, power pin, ground pin, or other terminals, they should not exceed 8. And then when my system is fully operational, then the temperature of the device should not exceed 70 degrees centigrade. Then the device should be fast enough so that it works in kilohertz or megahertz range. And the behavior of the device should be linear. So all these expectations are there. So when people combined all these expectations, they came up with the initial specification that it should be like this. Then they draw some circuit schematic also, which will be meeting the initial specifications. The schema is tested in a simulated environment and results are compared with the specifications. Then certain modifications are done so that the device meets the specifications, and then the specifications are drawn. Okay. And then we have the design checklist. And what are the design checklist points are? If all the expectations are fulfilled, means all the 8, 9, the expectations were there, are they fulfilled? Yes. Okay. Then is the size optimum? Means it should not happen that my device size, rather the system size should be so much that I have a problem. So it should also fit in a given, let us say, geometrical constraints. Then the temperature is under control, as was already a part of our expectations. And if at all there are hot spots, possible for hot spots there, then they should be closer to the heat sink. So they can be fanned out. If any temperature is increased, then it should be fanned out. And if the design performance satisfactory, if I run it, let us say, for 8 hours or 10 hours regularly, then still it should give the same output, and because the temperature, operating temperature, should not change, or even if it is varying, even then the performance should be stable. So then I do the evaluation of the cost, safety, size, reliability, maintenance, noise and vibration, etc., etc. So my design should fit onto this. And then we draw the various specifications, and then we come up with the product. So let us say this product is OP07. It is an operational amplifier. So these are the features or other specifications, all usually given on the manufacturer's this data sheet. That in the front page you will find it that it is low VOS. It is about 75 microvolt. Then even the drift, if the variation in temperature is there, even the drift is very, very low, 1.3 microvolt. Then this ultra stable versus time, that its stability does not change with time. So you can say that even if it is old, shelf life is more, even then you will see that it is not changing much. It is changing only in microvolts. Okay. Then what is the noise level? The noise is also very, very less. Then wide input voltage range. You can operate it in plus minus 14 volt. Wide supply voltage range. It is working from plus minus 3 volt to plus minus 18 volt. And then 125 degrees centigrade temperature tested dice. Means this dice has been tested on 125 degrees centigrade. So your this environmental temperature, let us say 27 degrees centigrade or 25 degrees centigrade. Even then you have operating temperature is not exceeding, let us say, 70 degrees centigrade, but the device is able to withstand the whatever is the change very nicely and very easily. Okay. But I'll go further. That op-amps are available. Operational amplifier 741 is available. Okay. But what I had added into one feature, that the offset voltage should be very, very less into it. So this has led to another design of, let us say, OP07, which is an improvement over operational amplifier. And you can see the op-amps are in demand since 1941, and its first patent was released in 1941. But since then, because of, let us say, different customers need different values, need, etc., etc., so many subspecies of the same product have come up, and they have tested the various evaluation criteria, and now their various design specifications are available, and so different products are available nowadays. And this product, OP07 particularly, is popular as it has zero offset, and so it can work as DC amplifier. This is the use of it, and this is the customers who are trying to make DC amplifiers. They usually purchase this, and those who do not want to invest in extra circuitry for their offset adjustment, they also prefer this. So this is a very, you should say, common type of product, OP07, which is for suitable for this type of customers who are using this. So in a way, I can say that my lecture ends over here, but I would like to mention that this lecture was also a product. And who were the customers? They were the coordinating team. And I was the supplier of the manufacturer, you can say. And what are the raw materials I used? The Dell hardware products, means my laptop and its, let us say, various constituents. Then I made it on this PowerPoint, so this Microsoft Power product, they were there. I refer to many books. I have not mentioned the books because of certain reasons. Then did Google search, websites also. And then I checked this product for cost, that what is the time and what is the time slot I'll be able to give. Then safety, some other things, means it should be safe. I should not infringe the intellectual property rights or other things. That's why I not mentioned the books. Safety things also there, my safety or other intellectual property of my students also, that this time slot should be available in such a manner that my students are there safe, that they not get their interests are not affected by that. Then size, then what is the size of this my product? It should be fit in, it should be visible to all of you. Fonts should be there. Then reliability, whatever I am saying, that should be reliable, and it's maintenance free. Obviously, I do not have to do certainly, yes, because of this product supplied by another thing which is beyond my control. Yes, some issues were there, some hacks were there, but maintenance, I had to test the initially also we did it the test, no? That we tried to run it and we saw that the pages are changing or not. So that was it. And then obviously noise and vibrations we have excluded in this service, but certainly in certain products they make it. So every product can be tested on certain evaluation criteria also, and based on that you make your product specification. But the bigger thing is that the key word is that first thing you should draw the PDS, product design specifications, and then your product specification will become a subset of that. So that ends my lecture. Thank you very much. If any questions are there, please ask questions so that we can answer. I'm sorry I ran a little over, but for that, this jitter in between was responsible. Please, thank you very much. Any questions?
It was a very nice by Professor.
Hello. Yeah, hello. I'm unable to hear. Hello. Okay. I'm not able to hear us. Yeah. Is some problem in my system or in your system? Hello? I'm unable to hear.
Hello.
Can any participant write that, mention it, that was my voice clear?
Yes,
Yes, sir. Your voice is very clear.
Okay, thank you, thank you. But voice is not clear from my probably host people are. Yeah, Rahul, please.
I think this is some network issue from our side.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
So
Can we,
participants may
yeah.
please come up with their any queries, questions, because we had a very good lengthy session by Professor Maheshwari, and we learned identify the specifications, how we go for that designing and designing the amplifier and operational amplifier description we could have. So before summing up this session, closing up this session, I'd again want to have any question if you have. This is
Yeah, somebody can even type if they are unable to, means communicate because of some problem. You can type also, because I opened the chat and I can see in the chat also, so I can answer.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are, please.
So there was a network issue from our side, sir. It was a very nice and informative presentation. Now I request participants to ask questions, and they can ask in chat box also.
Yeah. Masood is asking, do we have any database or website where we can check for product specs depending on product category? No, sir. It usually happens that when you are making a product, it is your own design team which does it. However, as far as the electronic products are considered, we usually have a simulation environment, and you can check various specifications of the products when you simulate it over there. So Cadence and other products are there, which are sometimes helpful in this, but ultimately the decision is of your team. Yes, you are very correct. You may have some things which you may miss upon, certainly. But the thing is that that's the game of it. That your team should take care of almost everything, and the broadest possible design evaluation criteria they should have. Then only your product will be the robust one. So things are still there, which are, we should say, in the domain of art other than science and technology. Yeah. Thank you. Handbooks, I'm sorry, there are many books available, and in this manufacturing technology, I forgot the author, which I had read for long back, probably is out of print now. But there are a lot of research material available. You can refer to that. And this scientific publication is also available. That will be useful. Yeah, Dr. Shir sir, you want to ask? Okay. Thank you.
Are there any more questions from participants? So it was a very informative session, and it was very long too. It's already 1:42, and the next session is on 2:30. So thank you very much, sir, for your valuable presentation. It was very informative.
But please avoid this adjective of lengthy, because you had given me 2 hours, so I have to make use of that. Don't say it
Exactly.
was too lengthy. If it is lengthy, I'll take it the other way around, because if you feel it lengthy, it means it was boring. So I
No,
hope
sir, it
that
was
it
not
was not
boring.
boring. Yeah, I hope it was. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
sir.
So, and best of luck to all of you, and best of luck to the organizers also. And thank you very much for calling me. Thank you. Nice.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Now we close this session.
Thank you.
Now we end this session.
Okay.
Okay, now it's time to close this session. Thank you, everyone.
इसमें save नहीं close करो end meeting कर रहे हो ना end meeting करो
Very good morning, participants. Welcome again in this learning session. I hope you are enjoying this session. Yesterday we had Mr. Virendra Gupta from Delhi Hunt, and he mentioned some very important points regarding this innovation startup. And he mentioned a very important point that innovation should not be restricted to a particular class. It is not restricted to some elite class or English speaking class, or we can say that for engineers only, or for a particular stream of engineers. So we have to think about that, and we have to involve more and more people. Involvement is very important. Like if one person can do something, and if you involve 10 persons, your output will definitely become 10 times. So we have to involve each and every person surrounding in your family, in your society, in your college, everywhere. We have to involve more and more people. We have to inspire more and more people for this innovation. Then only we will be able to meet the target, national target, our college targets, our own academic targets. So that same theme is with the Pearl Academy or AICT, that is also very concerned about that innovation level should be increased nationwide. That's why we are discussing here at this point. Okay, the important thing is innovation startup that needs to have something. Innovation can be initiated with some basic requirements, and the three basic requirements are: first is man. Now, the product which is to be proposed is a man. The product which is to be developed is a man. The person who is designing that a man. That person who is manufacturing or using, and finally that customer or user. So everywhere we have that presence of a man or humans. So human resources, we call that man. Second is very important, material. But whatever that material which is required to develop a product, that is very important. And third thing is technology. So during the last 2 days, we were discussing about the man, human psychology, human mental setup, mind setup, that attitude, which is very important for developing this product. So design thinking was a very important concept. Professor Harlal Singh Mali discussed that in a very perfect manner. So we understand what the psychology we need to develop, what the psychology a product developer need to develop, and then only we can go for some good product or useful product for the society. So it is very important. Now that another important aspect is material, and to deal with that material, we were discussing during that initial sessions by professors from mechanical engineering background, how to deal with the material, how we can have machinery and everything. Yes. So that material is very important thing, and we had some sessions from mechanical engineering background. Though some participants were very concerned that mechanical engineering will be discussed or something. So it is part of our product development. So now that third thing is technology. That very important thing is technology. What is the meaning of that technology? We have to understand. So technology that play a great role in that product development, and meaning of that technology, or what is the purpose of that technology, is just to implement the logic. What is your logic? What you want to perform your product? What actually output you want to generate? So technology has three basic ingredients. One is just a moment. Is there any? Yeah. So technology is basically that implementation of the logic. It has three ingredients. One is that input, whatever the input you are giving to our product, and what is the logic it is performing, that is called processing, and it generates some output which is to be supplied to that output unit, whatever the motor or actuator or what different output units you have. So definitely we have to deal with mechanical input, mechanics based inputs. Please mute your speakers. Mute your microphone. Yeah. So so mute your microphone. Manshu is there, I think. So technology is very important. Input we generally receive from that outer world. It may be some displacement, it may be some velocity, it may be something else, whatever different type of inputs, and that has to be processed. So processing, after processing, you again generate some output. So initially that processing was being performed with some mechanical systems, mechanical mechanisms. Now the technology is changing. We have to go with better logic implementation. So logic implementation today, as of date, we are having very good technology, that is embedded system. Most of the products, new products, are with embedded system technology. And today onwards, like today and tomorrow, 2 days we have reserved for this discussion with this technology. How you can implement your logic in your product. So that is initially we will discuss the very basic understanding about this embedded system. I know that we participants are from diverse background. Some are from mechanical engineering. Even I have seen a participant having coming from this plastic engineering, some human psychology, or that humanity is also there. So we have different stuff for participants, different backgrounds. So we tried to manage that in such a way that initially that first session we would be taking care about very, very basics about the embedded system. Everybody, you should be able to understand what is that embedded system is. And that second part would be we dealt with the industry person who is actually implementing this. Yes.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Yes, Himanshu, you are audible. Just mute your microphone for a moment.
What about now, sir?
You are audible. थोड़ा एक बार आप म्यूट कीजिए.
I am having some audio issue at my side. Sir, what about now? Is
It's
it okay?
perfect. It is perfect.
Okay, sir. So let me. Actually, I miss the starting session.
Don't worry.
Okay. Sorry for that.
So what we were discussing that we have the first session that is to be dealt with an academic background person would be able to explain the very small basics about that embedded system. And then thereafter we would be having some industry persons and we would be showing to how we developed a particular product. So during these 2 days, we will be focusing the technology detail about this embedded system, how we develop some product with IoT. So I think it would be some entertainment, good learning session for you. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Really very thank you and for such a warm welcome. And sir,
your voice is please increase volume of your voice.
Hello.
Okay.
Good morning, all the participants, Himanshu sir, respected Rahul Raj Chaudhary sir, and all the faculty members. Himanshu Verma received his master's degree in embedded systems in 2010. He has more than 14 years of teaching and industry experience. He has worked as a developer in the Japanese tech industry in Tokyo. Currently, he is working as assistant professor at B.K. Birla Institute of Engineering and Technology, Pilani. He has conducted several training programs for engineering faculty, sponsored by MHRD, ISTE, RTU Kota, and NITTTR Chandigarh. He has also conducted sponsored workshops and faculty development programs on topics embedded world, cybercrime, and forensic tools, Akash Android application programming, VLSI system design, to name a few. He is nominated as Honorary Secretary of IEI PLC. He is a member of various professional bodies such as Institute of Engineers India, International Association of Engineers, Hong Kong, and International Academy for Science and Technology Education and Research. His research interests include machine learning, image processing, pattern recognition, and artificial intelligence. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you, Pushpinder sir, for such a warm welcome. And good morning to all the respected professors, faculty members, and all. I'm really very honored to be here with all of you today, and I'm really thankful to Dr. Rahul Raj Chaudhary sir to provide me such an opportunity to speak in this session. And really, this kind of topic and subjects are rarely seen. I mean, such type of workshops are rarely seen on, although, there are a lot of workshops are going on core subjects, on subjects on technology and all. But this one is a kind of a different topic and a must-have topic. So really, I'm also thankful to the coordinators of this workshop. And I also would like to request that please do conduct such type of workshops in future also. So thank you all. Now for this session, but before starting this session, I would like to say that today's session has been designed according to the multidisciplinary branches subjects. So it might be possible that some of you may have find that that material is too basic, but those topics may be completely new to someone. So if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to interrupt me in between the session. I am happy to answer any questions and as we go along. So let's start. My screen is visible, I hope.
Yes.
Please press F5. Make a full screen.
Yes, sir.
Manju sir.
Yes, sir, please. Just a second. Yes, I think it is better now.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes.
Okay. So in today's session, we will discuss these topics in which we have we will discuss on systems, then we will discuss on embedded systems, the components and hardware of embedded systems, applications of embedded systems and other systems as well, their classifications, various processors or microcontrollers or maybe special kind of processors use or types of of those we will discuss. Then and then some other hardware that are some application specific. It might require sometimes not, and that kind of hardware we will discuss. And in the last, we will discuss the embedded design system design process and recent technologies and their challenges. So the first one we should discuss on what is a system. So system is a way of working. So and way of working means I organize or doing one or maybe multitask according to a fixed plan. The meaning of fixed plan is here that a set of rules. So a system is an arrangement in which all the units assembles and united and work together for a common goal, right? So if we talk about one example here, that is a non-technical example, that is like our human body. So our human body consists of various parts, right? Like we have head. In our head there is a brain that act as a processor, and we have a heart also that we can compare it like a power supply to us. Then we have hands, legs. We can compare these our parts to as a actuators, some mechanical parts, right? So they act according to the signals that sent by the brain and all. Now these various body parts are related to each other. They are connected to each other by a network. Okay, that network is known as a nerve system for our body, right? And they all united and working together for a common goal. And now the common goal for us is that living. So for living, they are working continuously, like our heart is pumping continuously, brain and all. So we all are our lungs, and so they are working together. And the main motive of all those parts, all those different components have a common goal. Now, if we talk about some technical aspects, like a example here, like washing machine. So we can say it is a kind of automatic cloth washing machine system. Now let's see what is it. So if we talk about a fully automatic machine, so the parts we can say that it have some status display panel that display the condition or the process that is going on in that washing machine and all. It have some dials, some switches, some maybe rotary dial. although in fully automatic machine, it is hard to find a rotary dials and all. But anyway, this one is a general example. So motors, power supplies, control unit, and water level sensors and solenoid valves. So all these parts work in a united form, and the main goal of these part is to wash our clothes, right? So, and not only that, they act according to a fixed plan. They act according to a set of rules. According to those set of rules, they provide a specific task, right? So if we talk about the rules of that a washing machine, so if for a fully automatic machine, like whenever we put some clothes for wash, it automatically detects its weight. According to that weight, it will fetch some detergent, maybe it in form of liquid or maybe dry, so that the quantity of that detergent will be will be based on the weight of that clothes. If clothes are more, then it will also fetch some more detergent for it. But before that, it will fetch water from tank. There is a solenoid valve as well. It will detect the presence of water. If there is no water at all, it will not provide power supply to the motors and all others, so it will not work. So they all have their roles. So after fetching detergent and all, it will spin for some times. Also, time is depends on the weight of clothes. Now, if clothes are more in number, it will spin for more time. After it will dry, and the display unit will provide all the states of its step-by-step steps on its display. And like in case of any interruption by user, or maybe for power failure, it will start from its it execute only the remaining part, right? So these are the set of rules in the form of a small code, or maybe in form of a small software, and all those hardware and software work together to provide a common goal. So next, we will come to the main topic, that is our embedded system. Now, embedded system are the cornerstone of the electronic industry today. So these systems used in almost every area, like consumers, cooking, industrial, automotive, medical, commercial, as well as military. And in lot of areas, embedded systems are providing very crucial roles and important roles as well. So embedded, that word embedded is a combination of two words, embedded and system. So that word embedded means that something attached to it, something attached inside that system. And the system, we already discussed that multiple components work together, that they in a connected way, in a united way, and provide a common goal or a special purpose. So a embedded system is a kind of special purpose system designed to perform some certain dedicated function, perform some dedicated task. So we can say nearly any computing system other than desktops, mainframes, and laptops are we can say embedded systems. Means embedded systems just require some input. Whole unit is inside a small chip and or is in a small hardware, and it will provide that output, and it will act as a for a special task. So if we talk about a definition, it is very hard to define embedded system. there are a lot of definitions and a lot of views on embedded system. So if we discuss about on like a definition from Merlin Wolf, I hope all of you know that she is a American citizen and working as a professor in computer department of University of Nebraska. Also, she is a expert of embedded system. So according to her, a embedded system is any sort of device which includes programmable computer, but itself not indeed to be a general purpose computer, right? So we can say that embedded system is a computer inside a product, but please don't compare a embedded system with a computer system, because there are a lot of difference between them. We will discuss that what are the differences between embedded system and a computer system. So if we talk about a general purpose computer hardware, a computer system, it have a microprocessors. It have also large memory in form of primary memory and secondary memory. I mean a lot of RAM is there, lot of ROM and secondary storage is there. Although scenario has changed lot of, like right now I'm using a PC that having just only 2 GB of RAM and 500 GB of HDD. But the latest mobile phones, like my wife having a OnePlus Note that having 12 GB of RAM and 256 GB of ROM inside as a secondary storage. So scenario has changed a lot of, but if we talk about a general purpose computer, it have lot of resources. There is no lack of resources at all. It have separate units. It have different kind of units according to that. So what are other units? So like output units. In form of output units, we have monitors, we have printers, we have speakers, and like that. So general purpose computer also have networking units like Ethernet cards, maybe Wi-Fi cards and all, and it have input output units as well, like modems, modems and all. So there is no lack of resources at all. So if we see in the detail that the processor, that microprocessor is connected with all other hardwares by a system bus. So it requires a kind of platform, a kind of board. We call it a motherboard. So all other devices are connected with the microprocessor externally by through that system buses and that board. So that is the we can say like that a general purpose computer. Now, if we talk about components of or a hardware of embedded systems, so in form of hardware, of course, we have processors here, maybe microprocessor, maybe mostly microcontrollers are there, timers. Then we have interrupt controllers, we have input output devices, also memory is there, and ports so that we can connect some other devices as well. So these are the components. So here you can see, like if we consider it like it's a general embedded device, it have some sensors that sense physical environment and send the data to a analog to digital converter and like so. So a sensor measure the physical quantity and converts it electrical signals with the which can be read by a analog to digital converter, or which can be read or observed by any electronic instrument. Now that analog to digital converter converts that analog signal into a digital signal and sent to the processor for processing. Now here we have multiple choices, like we have microcontroller, maybe a microprocessor. So that processor act on the input that is provided by analog to digital converter, and then process on the data and provide the output. So in form of output, we have display and we have digital to analog converter. So a digital to analog converter is a we can say to convert that digital signals into analog signal again. So like our actuators and all these kind of devices are analog devices. So that converter send the data to actuators, and then actuators again provide the output to the physical environment. So we can say this is just a basic diagram of a embedded system. Now this one thing is we can compare with a general purpose computer. Now in previous slides, that processor of a general purpose system was connected through system buses with other devices. But in case of embedded system, that all the parts, all the devices are inside that chip, inside that microcontroller. So but all are having a small we can say small in quantity, small we can say lack of resources are there. So it have also memory, but a few bytes, or maybe in some megabytes, and but not in GB. So we have some memory here. We have analog input output ports, digital input output ports. We have counters, timers. That all are connected to all are inbuilt, or we can say embedded into that chip. Now we need to just provide some input output inputs from some sensors to that particular chip, that particular system, and it will provide output because all units are inside that one. Now what are other hardwares we can say for a embedded system? Like embedded system usually have like a power supply, and you know, serial communication ports through which we can connect some to provide some inputs, or maybe to get some output as a display, or maybe to get some you know, results from like that. And also it has some application specific circuits as well, but that depends on that applications. Now this one is just a short list of embedded system. Why I'm saying this? Because embedded systems are everywhere. If we talk about any device, we can say it may be in a form of embedded system. For example, like anti lock brake system of a automotive vehicle, or maybe a ATM machine is an example. We have automatic toll systems is a good example. Camcorders, cell phones, and then digital cameras, our disk driver, the controller of that driver contains some small microcontrollers, so that provide access between that motherboard and that disk. And electronic card readers, a lot of electronic toys and games. We can say factory control, fax machine, fingerprint identifier for home securities, home security system, a life support system for hospitals and all, modems, network cards, pagers, photocopier machines, scanners, and ovens, microwave ovens, dishwashers, stereo systems, televisions. So set-top box, DVD player. So there is a huge number of products are available. Those are in form of embedded systems. So we can say that we can say 50% of our appliances in home are in form of embedded system. So let's talk about the, some advantages of embedded system. What are the advantages if we compare with other systems, or maybe some special advantages of an embedded system? So first of all, that embedded system is a kind of task specific system. So that these devices do their task in a time limitation, and they do same task repeatedly, continuously, maybe 24/7, and maybe over their whole lifetime. For example, an MP3 player will function that to play some MP3 songs. So that the main task, and not the main, the only task for that system is to play songs. And for example, our routers, our Wi-Fi devices that works continuously to provide a connectivity with internet and all. Now the second advantage, we can say that they have fast operations. They perform the task within a time frame, and the device must therefore perform fast enough. Sometimes we use this kind of embedded system in devices where a slight delay can be dangerous. For example, a brake system for a car. So if a slight delay of just 2 or 3 seconds can be very dangerous. It can cause accident to that vehicle. So they are they are very fast. Of course, they perform their task in certain time frame. Also, as we discussed, that embedded systems are comparatively very high reliable systems, and not only that, they have very few interconnections. As we discussed, that all the resources are inside the chip, inside that system. We need not to connect them externally through a bus or through a motherboard. So that's why they are, we can say, fast as well, highly reliable. And the next advantage we have is that they have minimal user interface. That we need not to need not to provide a human interaction every time to work a embedded system. For example, our washing machine, you just need to switch it on, and you need to just press a start button. Then rest of the work will be done by that washing machine automatically. Other example, you can take up like our microwave oven. You just need to select the temperature, and you need to select the time duration, and it will automatically run for that provided set of rules. Now, next advantage for the embedded system is that they are very small in size. So we can carry them easily. We can fit in the area where size is very small, or we cannot fit a large system in it. For example, like a braking system for a vehicle, we cannot install a simple the general purpose computer inside to do that task. So we need a kind of special, a small system that provides that only specific task, and it must be small in size. The next advantage for embedded system, that they are not so expensive. That they are comparatively very cheap if we compare with general purpose computers. So this one is also a added advantage for it. Next one, that it has low power operations. The consumption of a embedded system is very low. As we discussed, all of the devices are inside a chip. That there is no need to connect them with external buses and all. Also, the processor, that microcontroller it use also consume less power. All the connected devices, all the connected resources use less power. So So overall power consumption is very low comparatively to a general purpose system. And also that they are
Himanshu, one question. What is the average power requirement for the most of the general purpose embedded system?
Sir, it depends according to application specific. Some of the embedded systems.
Average general purpose embedded system. What is the average power? Means on a single battery like our watch based battery will operate that can.
Yeah, sir, I got your question. I'm coming to on it. Like if we talk about a general purpose system, it consume power in maybe we can say like 400 watts or maybe 500 watts. They are connected to a wall outlet which provide a continuous power. But in case of embedded system, we have different type of specific applications. Some of the embedded system runs on a small battery power backup. Some systems are provided with more battery power, so their consumptions are in milliwatt. For example, your digital watch, we can say a good example of embedded system, and we need to provide it a button cell that works for 2 or 3 years continuously, right? So it consumes very less power in milliwatts and work 24 into 7 hours. Some other applications, for example, if we talk about like our car system, then we have some bigger battery over there, so it can work on 12 volt and can consume power according to it. So power consumption is based on the application specific. We have devices that can run on a 3 volt for 3-4 years continuously. Again, we have some other examples that those consume more power, like some for a real time system or some other dedicated bigger systems. I hope I am clear to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And also, I'm happy to answer any questions in between you have. So really, please do interrupt me in between. A interactive session will be really fruitful for us. Okay. Thank you, sir. So in continued. That last that advantage, that is that embedded systems are very easy for mass production. The meaning of this one is that that system is a kind of a compact system. There are not so many resources over external we can say components are not there, so their production is a kind of easy one. For example, to assemble a general purpose system, we need to connect lot of external hardwares. We need to connect a hard disk. We need to connect maybe a display driver, maybe a dedicated display card, maybe a sound card, although they are inbuilt right now. But if I talk maybe a Ethernet network card, and we need to provide a motherboard, and we need to assemble it, and so it consumes more time and human resource. But in case of embedded systems, that system is very small, that all components are inside that system. Just we need to connect it with input and output device, and that the system will be ready. So it is a kind of in assembly line. It is very easy for its mass production, and of course this one is again a reason why embedded system are not too expensive. So when mass production is easy, it decrease its production cost as well as the overall cost of that system. Now, and not only the advantage, there are some disadvantages as well for an embedded system. So this one is the other side of a coin. Now, the first disadvantage is that a embedded system is very difficult to upgrade. like for example, if you have a PC, you can easily upgrade it by change. You can change its RAM to from 2 GB to 4 GB or maybe 6 GB. There are options. You even can change the processor. You can provide some high speed motherboard and all. So there are chances, and the flexibility is high in case of a large system. But on the other hand, embedded system are small in size, and they are designed to be to perform a specific task. There is a little scope for upgradation all. So it is difficult to upgrade. And second one is hardware is limited. Of course, we already talked about that, like hardware that is connected to a embedded system, or that may be inside that system, is limited. So after some few years, it feels that system gets slow and like that, and we even can't upgrade it. So these are some limited. Its processing power is also limited, and like that. The third disadvantage we have is that the troubleshooting is also difficult now, because again, a general purpose system have different separate devices, externally connected devices. So we can troubleshoot by using a step by step, that which circuit is creating problem. We can find out that circuit, we can even replace, or maybe we can repair, or maybe we can find out. But in case of these small systems, all system is within that a chip or maybe a small circuit. So it is very difficult to find out the problem. So now if a problem occurs, then the only option we left with is to reset that system. So if you have seen that the mostly embedded system having a small hole in which we have to press maybe a pencil or maybe a pin for few seconds to reset it. By doing so, we can reset or we can restart that device. Otherwise, it will stuck in that state or maybe in that stage. And next, the disadvantage we have, that it is very hard to take backup of embedded files, because that these are very small systems. There is not so much input output ports are available. Also, mostly embedded system use firmware, so it is very hard to take backup files from those systems. If you talk about a general purpose system, we can easily just connect as maybe through a LAN or maybe a USB drive. We can connect and we can take backup. Same as the last, like transferring data from one system to another system is also quite problematic. Although the solution of this problem is you might have heard that IoT. So IoT is another level of embedded system that connected in through some network. So on that kind of system, we can transfer data from one system. But in case of embedded system, it is very hard to transfer data from one system to another system. So we can take any example with, for example, our old phones, our old feature phones like Nokia 1100. So it is very hard to take backup from that system. We don't have any kind of backup system. If you want to switch from that phone to a new phone, so you need to manually enter all the contacts from that system to another, because there is no option to transfer data. Now, let's come to the point, that is types of embedded system. So types of in this section, we can divide a embedded system in according to two categories. Either we can divide on the basis of performance or their functions, or maybe we can divide or categorized between based on the capacity they have, capacity of their processors, their resources and all. So let's start with based on performance and functionality of those devices. So first one, we have a real-time embedded system. So in a real-time embedded system, we can define as a system which gives a required input output in a particular time, that provide in time limit, that the time all output are strictly connected to a deadline. So it provides the output in a particular time. So these, we can say, these devices, embedded devices follow a strict timeline, strict deadlines to complete a task. Also, we can further classify these real-time systems into two different kinds. That first one, we can say real-time embedded system. Second, we can say hard real-time system. So a soft real-time system, the deadline, of course, the task is related to that deadline. It must complete the task in that deadline, but a slight delay can be acceptable, right? On the other hand, a hard real-time system where any kind of delay or interval may be not accepted well at all. So if we talk about an example of a hard real-time, we have missile system, we have braking system of vehicle, we have pacemakers. So there is no scope for any delay. Let consider a scenario where a pacemaker of any human being just got stuck and provide output and or maybe a functionality after 2 or 3 seconds. So you can imagine what will happen with that person, right? बिल्कुल दिल ही धड़कना बंद हो जाएगा. So these are some examples for real-time system. As same as a missile system, it of course we require a real-time. Otherwise, a slight delay in nanosecond can change the target, right? A soft real-time system is, as we discussed, that a slight delay can be acceptable. Okay, where that. Like if you press a button in a microwave, if it start with some delay, it will be acceptable because there is no fear of loss, any loss of human life or maybe any property and like that. Okay. Now, second type of system we have is a standalone system. A standalone system is a kind of system which do not require a host system or do not require lot of components, right? It just takes some inputs from outside world and provides output. So just I have to take a pause. Just a second. So if we talk about the examples of standalone system, we have like MP3 players, we have digital cameras, we have video game consoles, microwave ovens. All these are we can say example of standalone systems. Now next one, we have a networked embedded system. So these kind of systems are related to network or that assess resources over network. So that network can be LAN, WAN, or maybe internet. So they can be connected through wirelessly or maybe wireless. So these type of embedded system are really very fast growing area. And lot of applications right now we have that are good example of a network system. For example, our routers, switches, our Wi-Fi device, and all are the example of embedded system. A home security system we can consider as a network embedded system, that the device is connected through. I think there was some question, but I am on full screen, so I missed that.
Yes, sir.
Just
There is a
let
question.
me-
What about output power rating of embedded system? This is from Nikita Rajpurohit.
Okay, so if the device that we provide output to a device, if the rating of the device is in some milliwatt and all, we can connect directly to a embedded system. But in case of that a device required more power, then we need to use some relays and all. For example, let's take an example of washing machine. So the motor of that washing machine require 230 volt and all. So a embedded system is connected with a relay. So it provides some milliwatt signal to that relay, and it will act and provide the 230 volt to that motor. So again, it depends on some task specific applications.
I hope it clarifies your query, Nikita. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the last in the category of performance and function, we have a mobile embedded system. So this one is not a mobile phone or a cell phone. Mobile, the meaning of mobile here is to portability. So portable devices like, of course, cell phone. Cell phone is a portable device. That's why we call it mobile. So a cell phone, a digital camera, MP3 players, or PDA, a personal digital assistants, and all those are the examples of mobile embedded systems. So next, we can, like as we discussed, categorized on the base of capacity of their processor. So we have three of them. Like first one, we have a small scale. Second, we have medium scale, and then sophisticated embedded system. First, we will discuss a small scale embedded system. Now, a small scale embedded system, or we can say entry level system, in which a small 8-bit or maybe a 16-bit microcontroller is used. So that microcontroller have very limited resources like ROM, RAM, and processing speed, right? So for development of these small scale embedded system, we require IDE, that is integrated development environment, and that a simple C language, and sometimes a embedded C language is used for code. Sometimes assembly language is also used for coding for such type of embedded systems. And if we talk about IDE, we can use NetBeans, Eclipse, and all. So we can code by using these IDE environments, and we can embed that code inside that microcontroller. So if we talk about the complexity, these are the lowest level we can say in form of complexity. These are very simple one. They are very little in size. Little hardware or software is there, and mostly these are battery operated devices. So a good example is, we can say, our digital watch is a good example. They work on small power backup. Also, the power dissipation is also very limited, because they have to run continuously throughout the year, or maybe for their whole life. Okay. So next, we have we can say a bigger version of that small scale, that we call it a medium scale embedded system. So in a medium scale embedded system, consists a 16-bit or a 32-bit microcontroller, or maybe a digital signal processors. Digital signal processor, those are especially provide some analog or maybe some voice or maybe some image processing required, so that digital signal processors are used, or reduced instruction set computers. So there are, we can say, have more computing power if we compare with a small scale, but still the size is comparatively very low if we compare with the sophisticated embedded system. That advantage of medium scale embedded system is that they are faster than small scale systems, due to the bits of processors they have. Okay, a small scale having 8-bit or 32-bit, but in case of medium scale we have 16-bit and 32-bit microcontrollers are there. So we can use these kind of processors in applications where we require a faster speed. So embedded devices having these kind of processors are in category of medium scale embedded system. So if we talk about the development of these embedded software, so the main programming tools are, we can say, C, C++, even Java, Visual C++ are used to design and develop codes. Also, that RTOS can be implemented on these systems. Means a real-time operating system can be embedded inside these small medium scale embedded systems. Also at the time of development, developer have to need different kind of software tools like assembler, compiler, debuggers, and all to encode that, to code that small coding or program for these kind of embedded medium scale embedded systems. Next, we have sophisticated embedded system. So in sophisticated, we can say the highest level of complexity in case of hardware and software. Both have higher complexity than previous embedded system. In these kind of systems, the speed is a major concern, right? So if we want to design a system which is related to provide a real time to design for a real time application, we need to use sophisticated sophisticated embedded system. And so of course, RTOS can be implemented on this system very easily. And not only that, they are designed on on both hardware and software. I mean, we need to optimize both hardware and software so that they perform again, there was a question, but I missed, so I have to exit from a full screen mode. Pushpinder sir, can you repeat that question for me?
Yeah, I will repeat that question. What about the microprocessor limits in terms of small scale embedded system, medium and large?
Limits of microprocessor or microcontroller?
I think Dr. Naveen Rathi, he wants to ask what is the problem, like why we cannot go for small or medium scale embedded system with microprocessor?
Sir, reason is that microprocessors are mostly power hungry devices. We can say those devices are monsters. They consume lot of powers. Not only power, they dissipate heat also. So it depends on the application specific. For example, a Wi-Fi router. So a Wi-Fi router is designed to work continuously throughout the year. So if we use a processor that consume lot of power which generate lot of heat, so it can melt that hardware, or it can melt itself if we continuously use it. Otherwise, we have to provide some cooling function to it, or maybe some heat sink. So it will increase the size, or maybe it will increase the overall design or the consumption of power and all. So it's all depends on application specific. I hope I am clear to you, sir.
I will add some more thing. Dr. Ati, this is a microcontroller for any particular task. We also need some memory, and microprocessor doesn't have their internal memory, some ROM, where we can store that program itself. So one more thing is microprocessor has with some input-output interfacing. So we cannot directly interface the system. But yes, in aeroplane combustion engine control, there may be some different sort of activity where we are able to provide some external memory. So, or some external interfacing devices, like here we are having some driver PCBs and driver units. So that sort of arrangement, because there is a very small difference between microprocessor and microcontrollers. I think this is okay. Yes, Manshu.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And of course, I will cover this one in slide number 21, where we will compare microprocessors and microcontroller. So where to use? Of course, we can use it, but for example, if I give you example, daily life example. For example, you want to purchase a bag of we can say maybe a sugar and all, a 50 kg of bag from market. So your car is sufficient to carry that bag, right? But if you want to purchase 50 bags from market, then you have to if you use that your car, you have to 50 times you have to round 50 times to market to carry all those bags, if we consider one bag per trip, right? Because we are considering that car is a very small kind of a microcontroller or a small chip. So it carries some small it can do some small operations and like that. So and of course, if for example, if you want to purchase 500 bags of sugar from market, so you might require the truck for it, right? So a large processor, or may dedicated kind of that having external resources will be more useful. Of course, you can do through your car also, but you have to make 500 trips to transport those bags from market to your home. So of course, we will cover in slide number 21 in detail. So yes. So next one, we have a processor. So of course, processor, is a we can say is a chip, mostly. Of course, all are chips. So is a chip a logical circuit that responds or that process on some basic instructions provided to it on the input or the data that is provided to it, and it will process on that data on the predefined codes by fetching, decoding, executing, and write back to the memory and all, and provide output, right? It contains some ALU units, arithmetic logic units, and control units, and it have some additional hardware as well. So we can say that a processor, that essential units or important units are like a control unit and execution units. Let's see the different types of processor. So first we will discuss the general purpose processors, GPP. So first one, we have a microprocessor. So a microprocessor, of course, we will discuss in detail. In general purpose, we have microprocessors, microcontroller, now embedded processors, digital signal processor, that is known as DSP, right? And then we have some application specific system processors. And the last one, we have multiprocessors system, more than one processor in a system by using some general purpose processors. Now let's see one by one. So a microprocessor, again a chip, a semiconductor devices. We also call it a computer on a chip, but not a complete computer, right? And of course, it contain that processing unit, arithmetic logic unit, some counters, and some registers, timing circuits, interrupt circuits, like that, right? So here you can see some examples, some name of various processors by different companies. Like I think everyone know about Intel, which produce processor that having every computer right now, and like Motorola, then Zilog. There are a lot of companies, AMD, all are manufacturing or producing microprocessors. Next one, we have microcontroller. So again, we can say a functional computer on a chip that again contain a processor, memory, maybe programmable input output ports. Programmable means we can use those ports for input as well as for outputs, and like that. So it have very small amount of storage in form of RAM, or maybe in form of memory, and other devices. And also the devices are capable for inputs and outputs. So we will it might again, a question is that what is the difference between a microprocessor and microcontroller? And there was a good questions like why not to use microprocessor, or we can use a microprocessor in place of microcontroller and all, right? So let's see. So if we talk about a microprocessor is the heart of a computer system. I mean a big system. And if we talk about microcontroller, on the other hand, a microcontroller is the heart of an embedded system or a small system. So we can say a difference is here. Now, the biggest difference is that in microprocessor, it contain only processing units, right? So there is no memory inside it. There is no input output components in there. So we need to connect it externally. And to connect it, we require some board, some platform, like we call it a motherboard. Also, that motherboard contain all the system buses to connect these devices with the processor, right? So on the other hand, we have microcontroller, which include processor along with the memory, in internal memory, as well as input output components inside that internal circuit. So in case of microcontroller, we just need to provide just input, and we can get output from that device, right? So this one is the biggest. difference between them. The next one, that we cannot use a microprocessor in a compact system. The reason is that we discussed that a microprocessor require more power. Also, it is very fast enough, so that computation speed generate lot of heats. If we do not provide some cooling mechanism to it in form of heat sinks or maybe some cooling fan, so it can melt itself or it can damage the whole circuitry. So we cannot use in a compact system. On the other hand, embedded systems like having microcontroller are very compact, so we can use in small space and like that. So I hope everybody knows about ECU or a system that having most modern cars nowadays. That computer system is in very small in size. Of course, if we use a large system having a microprocessor, then it is hard to fit inside that car, right? So it is again a task specific feature, a task specific constraint, that where we have to use microprocessor and where we have to use a microcontroller. And also if you use a system that consume lot of power, then your battery of your car will dead within few days or maybe in few hours, because it will consume continuous power from your car, right? So you might have heard that in Corona lockdown, lot of vehicles required a new battery, because their security system drained all the battery, and the battery will completely was dead. Now let's come to the next point. That is of course we already discussed on it, that due to the external components, that the total power consumption is very high. Okay, so a microprocessor is not a ideal processor for the devices which are running on stored powers like batteries or maybe on very small battery backup, right? For example, if we need to change a battery after few hours, it will not a good choice like that. Okay. So next, on the other hand, a microcontroller, there are very few external components. Also, the power consumption is very less. So we can use, or we are using it on the devices who are running on stored power like batteries or maybe a small battery with a small battery backup. Next, that we have to use external buses to interface all the external components and peripheral to connect with the microprocessor. But on the other hand, my microcontroller use internal controlling buses. All are inside that single circuit, so they do not require external buses for their connectivity. Now, next one we have that we discussed, that a microprocessor runs on very high speed, but microcontrollers run on slow speed if we compare with the microprocessors. Also, there are a lot of microcontrollers having a variety of range, having say, from slow to fast enough, right? Again, a task specific or a maybe application specific according. Now in the devices having microprocessors, they can be used for a general purpose applications, and we can handle large amount of data. But in case of microcontroller, it used for application specific system which designed to perform some a specific task or a single task only. So and the last one, and Pushpender sir, can you please repeat it for me again? That question disappears from my screen.
This is, yes, Dr. Naveen has asked. So there can be trade-off between the two as other parameters are overruling this constraint. We have today optimization technique for optimum power efficient chips designed for the cell. Yes, it is not a question, but it is they are studying. I think it's very true. But yes, we have to go for some optimization between the facility and the resources, maybe power efficient system that we can identify. So this is basically race between that speed and the power dissipation. Power dissipation is proportional to square of the frequency. Like if you are using 8 megahertz microcontroller, and if you go for 16 megahertz microcontroller, your power dissipation will be 4 times. So it's up to you what the resources we have. Like if we have enough resources, or we do require, like in you have said that in aeroplane combustion engines or some very important or very sensitive operations where we have to have some very ultimate speed. In that case, we have to go for some cooling mechanism or some where we can deal with the power dissipation. We should be able to cover this problem. So you have said very right.
Okay, and in last slides, that optimization will also cover.
Yeah.
We will also cover that topic. So moving ahead, next we have embedded processors. So a embedded processor, a kind of special, we can say either in form of a microprocessor or a microcontroller that is designed into a system to control some, electrical or maybe mechanical functions. So embedded processors are usually designed for some specific task. We can say special purpose processors. Okay, where we required a fast processing, a fast context switching, and where small operations are required. So we can say that as we have specially designed software for a specific task, or we have some specific application, same as we have a specific processor for any task, that we can call it a embedded processor. So these are some examples. These are the names of some processors. Next one, we have a digital signal processor. So a digital signal processor is a kind of processor that is required mostly for applications such as audio processing, video processing, mostly for telecommunication devices, like our mobile phones having DSP processors to process our video and all, because they provide a faster input output or faster processing speed for such kind of applications. That are, again, we can say these are a kind of task specific processors. Then we have some application specific processors. Again, these kind of processors are dedicated to some task to provide some faster solution. Now, the difference between this one and the previous one is that these kind of application specific processor are used can be used in place of softwares. So we can replace software with the hardware to provide more faster solution or more dedicated solution, or we can say for a real time system where delay is not acceptable and all. So a example can be a set-top processor, set-top box processor. where in place of software that work that is we can do by software can be processed by that kind of system. I think there was some question from hello, sir, are you there?
Yes.
Actually,
yeah, this is sir, can we call analog signal processors from Blackfin as embedded processor or ASP? So,
sir, I'm not getting you. Let me start my chat window. Sir, Dr. Naveen Rathi, sir, we can call any processor a application specific processor if that processor is used to replace the software coding for that embedded device. So there is a trade-off between a hardware and a software. So we can perform several tasks through some software coding, as well as we can implement, we can process by hardwares as well. But if we remove that software part and we use some processor to process that part, we call it a application specific processor. So if that analog signal processor is used to replace that code from that system, we can call it a application specific processor. Okay, thank you, sir. So let me close my chat window and I have to start in full screen mode. Okay. So next we have multiprocessors. Then that means that when a single processor does not meet the needs of different tasks. For example, your general purpose system, if I say so, in your general purpose system, there is a processor as well as there is there is a graphic card also. That graphic card having a different processor, we call it right. So the task or the process that can be done by that processor is shifted to that graphic driver or that graphic processor. So there, when we use multiple processor to process different tasks, we can call it. Mostly we do these things to provide more performance for faster operations and all, right? For example, in our mobile phones, we have a processor along with a DSP processor that process on analog audio video signals, right? Here are some examples, like a video conference system having multiple processors, right? So a processor for graphical user interface, also a processor to process video, to process audio and all, to provide maximum processor. So all processors work their task and they are synchronized to obtain maximum or to obtain performance, right? Now, other hardwares. So not only the processors or microcontrollers or maybe RAM or.
Please have a full screen.
I'm sorry, I forgot it. Actually, I am using two systems because electricity failure is very common in my area, and one of system is a system having only 2 GB RAM, so a little bit slower. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So, yes. So let's talk about some other hardwares. Of course, these hardwares might be according to application specific. We need not to use all these hardwares for a embedded system. Now, what are these hardwares? For example, power sources, clock oscillators, real-time clocks, reset circuits, power up reset, watchdog timers, memory, input-output ports, interrupt handler, converters, the digital to analog or maybe analog to digital, some display units, and maybe some input units in form of keypad or maybe a keyboard. So all are task specific. For example, if we have a door lock, a digital door lock on our home, we need to press some 4-digit or maybe 6-digit input to it to unlock it. So we require a keypad or keyboard. Or maybe we can talk about a good example of embedded system, that is ATM machines. So ATM machines have keypads to enter PIN number or maybe amount for withdrawal and all. It doesn't necessary to use keypad for all devices, like our routers and all do not have keypads, right? But for example, our microwave oven have keypad, our fully automatic washing machines have keypad and all. So these are task specific, as well as display. So if we talk about display, maybe a LCD display in form of our music system in a car, or maybe a LED display, for example, our routers, or maybe for our washing machine, or some other devices, like they have just LED display which shows that current state or some indication in form of colors, right? Here we have some reset circuits and timer as well. So some of the applications of embedded systems are hard to assess by humans, right? For example, a telecommunication system over a tower, or maybe a satellite system, or maybe a robot, or maybe a Land Rover type devices we send it to moon or maybe on Mars. So if what happen if they stuck or they got hanged? So the nobody is there to reset and all, right? So we have to use a watchdog timer reset hardware for those devices. So in case of some hang or that kind of situation, it will automatically reset that machine after that provided time, or that time that is designed for. Okay, maybe a real-time clock required for a real-time embedded system and all. And of course, power source, again, a task specific, like in some of devices we have a 3-volt power source. Maybe some of devices are working on 5-volt power sources, for example, our USB devices and all. Some of are working on 12-volt and maybe or 24-volt, and some of are working on 230-volt. Of course, that is converted it into again DC. But so all other hardwares are time specific. So we have to use, we can use according to our requirement. Okay. Now let's come to the
topic that is embedded system design process. So to design a embedded systems, there are few stages, few steps we need to take care, or according to we have to follow to design a process. So first we need to determine the requirement of the we have to determine all the requirements. Then we have to select the architecture. We need to design that system architecture. Also, if that device is that device required some OS or some coding, then we need to select it according to it. Of course, we will discuss it on detail, and we have to choose processor. Again, that question will cover in this part again. Then we have to choose the right development platform. Then we need to code for that application. Of course, we need to optimize it also. Then we need to verify on the host system, and then in the last we need to verify and we need to test it on target system. In the end, we will discuss the challenges as well. Okay, now so designing of hardware for embedded system, again we can say quite challenging. So because the designer have to be very careful for a lot of reasons, right? It's like a system, for example, a washing machine, a microwave. So they are supposed to do just one job, like cooking and washing. So a designer must ensure that quality and stability of the design and all, right? That design must be very stable and reliable, that whenever you switch it on, it will respond as soon as you switch it on or you start it, right? Also, it required to work very smoothly. For example, if you press a start button on your washing machine, it will start or behave very smoothly. After that, there is no need for any human interaction. Okay, so designing hardware as well, designing software, systems required a deep understanding of the real world, as well as of course for hardware and for software. And so developer of embedded systems have to design a low cost device, a high performance devices, and of course one more concern is there, that is reduce the time to market should be also a minimum. We will discuss it later, what is it. Now, if we talk about requirement, so that requirement can be a functional requirement or it can be a non-functional requirement. So if we talk about a functional requirement, so it is a multi-function device, or maybe a multi-mode device, or maybe a standalone, or maybe what kind of function will be of that device. We have to think according to it, because every device, every task specific have different kind of requirements. Now, the non-functional requirements, we have the size of that device, the cost, also the weightage, weight of that device, and all these are sometimes play a very crucial role, right? So why size? Because sometimes that system must be small enough to be placed inside a large system, and like that. So we require the size as well. Let me give you a good example of this one. Is that I hope all of you know about the battery of iPhone 11. So designer have to make or have to change the battery of iPhone 11 into L shape, because the remaining hardware or of that device to balance that hardware, that battery was redesigned to fit inside that system. that required a large battery. But if we use a large square battery, it will consume lot of spaces that is required by the main board of that iPhone and like that. So they have to redesign it into a L-shaped battery. Okay. Now cost again, cost is also, you know, if product is very costly, then that nobody will purchase it, or otherwise the sale will reduce. So the cost is also that requirement. If we decrease cost, it will affect some other constraints as well. Like if we want to reduce cost, then we have to use some cheap processor for it, cheap microcontroller for it. But if you use that one, it will produce a laggy response, or it will reduce the overall efficiency of the product. So all are connected, but we have to take care of all of these. Now selecting the hardware components for a embedded system, again a task specific job. So we have to, the designer have to select all the components according to the applications, all the external components or interfaces, all the input devices or maybe output devices. All are depends according to that specific requirements. Okay. Let me use another example. Like lot of processor are you know, capable to produce a display of only you know, 720p, like that. They are not able to produce a full HD display. So if someone wants to develop a embedded device which require a full HD display output, then a processor that is capable to produce a full HD output will require. Okay, so that hardware also dependent on each other and all. So also there are alternative hardwares or also available. Maybe some of them cost just 10 rupees, or maybe some of the same not same, but similar functionality hardware having maybe cost of more than in thousands or maybe in lakhs. So we have, developers have to keep in mind all those things. Now, so designing the architecture for that embedded system, again there are a lot of things to keep in mind. That whether the system is a real-time system or just a normal system. Because if a real system, if the developer have to design a real-time system, then a real-time operating system will be needed. So if a real-time operating system have to install in it, we require a large memory for it. So either we have to use some maybe a microprocessor, or if we want to use some microcontroller, then a microcontroller having a memory large enough that can contain a real-time operating system in it, so that we can embed that operating system inside the chip and all. And not only some extra hardware or also required for a real-time system. Sometimes we have to replace that hardware, we have to replace that software by a hardware to produce optimal result and all. Not only that, again, then power consumption and the cost and size, again, there is our main constraints again. So as we discussed that if we need a real-time OS, then we require a large processor for it, right? We cannot use a 8-bit microcontroller to use a real-time OS for it. So if we use a large processor, then it will of course consume more power. Of course, it will dissipate more heat. Then we require some cooling function to it. We have to provide some more battery backup to it, and also all are dependent on each other, and the designer must have to think according to it. Now next, how to choose a operating system if required. So of course we have a variety of OS are there. So if we require a real-time OS system, we can choose a real-time. If the application is not related to a real-time, then we can use a non-real-time OS or maybe a small codes. So we have some other options and all, because using a real-time operating system for non-real-time application is not a good idea. Why? Because we discussed that if we use a real-time OS, then we require a lot of resources, a lot of other peripheral things or components that will increase the cost. Of course, it will increase the size. We have to install some more things like heat sinks and all like that. So choosing processor, again, we discuss it also depends on the application specific. So if we are using a real-time OS, then we have to use a processor according to it. Otherwise, for example, a designer is designing a processor for some voice or video applications, then a digital signal processor must be used along with a microcontroller or maybe a microprocessor to provide faster and smoothly operations. So variety of processors, microcontrollers, and digital signal processors are available that can be chosen according to that requirement and applications. So, and after that, all these the things, we need to choose the language, we need to choose the development tools according to it. If we require a real-time OS or a dedicated coding for it, we require ID environment for it. We have to code it into a language that will provide optimal result and all. Otherwise, we can use a small code, right? Like that. So now come to the coding and implementation part of the embedded system. So as we discussed that, assembly language, C language, object-oriented languages like C++, Java, mostly used for the coding part, and in which you can see that C language or maybe a embedded C language is most popular to design a embedded application. Not only designing the application, we require to optimize that code as well, because that limitation of memory, limitation of processing speed, and all are in a form of limited. Okay, if we compare with traditional, not traditional, like for example our like laptops, PCs, so they have large number of memories, a good processor in it, and so there is no lack of resources. But in case of embedded devices, where all are tightly limited, and we have to use every inch of every part of that system, every software of that system. So we need to optimize that code to a minimal line of codes, so it can be fit easily, it can be easily embedded in that, and the instructions, the set of instructions also should be minimum, so it can process fast enough and fulfill the requirements, all the requirements. Okay. Also, if the line of code is minimum, then it will dissipate less heat, because that heat is as Dr. Rahul Raj sir said, that proportional to the instructions or processing. So if processor is processing more, it will generate more heat. It multiplies heat. So otherwise we require some cooling function for it. So we require optimization code for it also. Next, we have implementation. So for implementation of that code into a hardware, but before that, a developer must have to verify or must have to test that hardware, that software on a host system, and it should be test on initial stages in the beginning stages at the host system. So that host system is used to test hardware independent codes. So that those are not dependent, can be tested all on the host system. And for testing, a simulator can be used. Now to test on a target. Yes.
Himanshu, what are the different development tools, open source tools?
Sir, like we have NetBeans, we have Eclipse, and we have these kind of IDE environments like Kyle, if you heard about. So these are some tools.
Okay, I think that is going to be covered in the subsequent lab. Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Yes. So next we have recent trends in the area of embedded system. So now so that sorry for interruption. So so due to the development in microelectronics and the availability of a lot of alternatives of devices and processors and all other things, that architecture is also going to be changed in a few years. If we look forward, then that 8-bit or 16-bit microcontroller are very popular to use to design a embedded devices. But then in future, that the 32-bit and maybe a 64-bit architecture or maybe a processor will use more, because nowadays everyone wants a faster speed and to want to process more through their embedded system and all. So we can say that like embedded technologies are evolving, and they are performing faster, becoming more compact if we compare with old machines, and again costing less. Now, for example, like a processor, that a device with a processor, graphic processor, that can be held in hand, you can purchase in few thousand rupees, right? And of course it can do some artificial task as well, like some AI task, and maybe a machine learning task and all. So the cost is also reducing day by day, and that technologies will continue to grow, and that even in the pandemic of like COVID-19, it might alter the path, but it will not stop the expansion and development of embedded devices. So I think we will see some more explosive growth in the area of embedded system, in the area of the devices that are wirelessly connected, fast embedded devices that can perform some AI task as well. We will face some cyber attacks, and maybe we will find out some counter attacks solution for those attacks, and maybe some more sophisticated virtuality virtual devices and like that. So so we so this diagram shows that the processor market according to year 2010, 11, 12, 13 and 14, So you can see here that a 32-bit microprocessor, the use of a 32-bit microprocessor is increasing, while the 8-bit use of 8-bit microprocessor is decreasing day by day. So we can say that that devices are now powerful enough that perform more tasks and all. So if we talk about processors in processor market in India, so you can see that of course in every area the requirement the is increasing according by the year by year. And one thing is that you can see that the consumption in industrial is not growing so much, because already industry is using lot of embedded devices into it. But in case of like healthcare, automotive, and consumer electronics, the consumption of the processor is increasing year by year. So this shows the growing demand for embedded processors. So so that blue color shows the consumer processor that are used for consumer applications. Some green shows that automotive for applications, then industrial, and then others. So here you can see that they are using day by day, and it converts into $1 million industry. That we can say embedded system is now $1 million industry, and the expected increase in the sales is roughly 15% every year. Now, so design challenges of a embedded system. So these are some challenges while designing a embedded system. Although we have discussed on some, in the phase of designing, but here are few more challenges in form of design and all. So first of all, we have stability. So first we have the stability. So that this one is the major concern for a embedded device. It is a very important. So we can say like unexpected behavior from a embedded system is unacceptable, right? And it can cause some serious risk also to end user. Again, we can take that example of a car braking system. So whatever is the condition of weather or maybe outer physical world, it's supposed to do that task all that is designed for. So a slight delay can be very dangerous, right? So because a embedded system have to work in heat, in vibration, in shocks, like that car braking system have all those things. Heat, engine heat is there, vibration is there, shocks is there. Although power fluctuation is not there, but some of the devices also works in power fluctuations. RF interfaces, interference is there, and then maybe lightning, like the communication embedded devices on towers, they face lightning problem as well. Water, corrosion, physical abuse, and all those the things have to faced by all those embedded systems. So it should be stable enough to perform a smooth behavior all the time. The next one, we have safety. So again, a safety is must-have feature for a embedded system. Because the primary applications or devices are associated with the human life, right? Mostly devices are, we can say, in nearby our in daily use, and also it should be safe enough to use. For example, a microwave oven, we can say a washing machine even can be dangerous sometimes. So it should be safe enough to use by an end user. So again, a design challenge. Then security. Of course, although embedded system, we can say kind of a standalone device, not same as IoT device. Okay, maybe a question come into your mind that what is the difference between a embedded device and a IoT device? So I must say that a IoT device is a is a device that a network of devices, or in one sentence I can say like embedded system is a subset of IoT. So a Internet of Things or IoT is a network of interconnected objects, interconnected things. Things here means that devices or objects. They collect data from their sensors, they transfer data to their nearby devices or to maybe to a server, and then that is attached to that network and all. So that if we provide some networking facility to a embedded system, or we connect all the embedded system to a network, we can call it a IoT device. So when a device is connected to internet, then there is a risk of security issues are there. I hope you might have seen a advertisement of Lloyd AC where Amitabh Bachchan just show how to turn on and off the AC of his home through his mobile, right? And then Jaya call her to stop that thing and like that on airport. So what if somebody hack that system and that control that system and all, like, although that we can assume that AC is not so dangerous, but what about our home security system, or maybe our IP camera can be hacked by someone and all. So security issue is also there. So this one is also a design issue. After that, we have some design limitations as well. We have to design I missed that question again. Sir, can you repeat it? Hello. Okay, I will cover that question if there is any question in the last, because otherwise I have to switch to a small screen again, and it will consume some time. So if we talk about then design limitations, then again design that there are again challenges in designing because that requirement is to keep the system again small in size and a low energy hungry devices, and a device that perform a long-term performance, that can provide a long-term performance without any maintenance and all. So the market or the users end users demands from designer to pack more processing power with long battery into a smaller size or smaller specification, smaller area. Again, we can say this one is again a trade-off kind of thing. So designers have to add all those things into that small space. That is a kind of limitations of that thing. I hope you remember we discussed that example of iPhone 11. So all things have to maximize, but if we increase the size of battery, then it will cover more space. So they change it into L shape so that it can easily fit among all the other components and hardwares. Then we have power consumption. Again, of course, we require a device that consume less power, that can run continuously, that can run a longer period of time and all. Then we have heat dissipation. So again, no matter what method a designer use, as long as a electronic device runs, it will produce some heat. It will generate some heat. So either we have to provide it a cooling mechanism to it, or otherwise we have to use component in such a way that they produce minimal heat. Otherwise, the component will melt down and will destroy that system. So again,
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Himanshu sir, sorry to interrupt you, but we are
No
running out
problem,
of
sir.
time. Kindly finish the
Oh,
session.
okay.
Yes,
I
sir.
think just a few more slides are left. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now display. So again, displays again provide lot of limitations to designers. Like if size constraints are there, then again also sometimes resolutions. So if we talk about someone wants to use a high resolution display for a device, so that device must have to use some processor that can provide a display output enough that for that, but it requires some processing as well again to produce display signals. The last one is the cost. Again, cost is again a very important thing is there. All are cost constrained, tightly constrained by the cost, and everybody wants a cheap devices and all. For example, and I'm not talking about embedded system, just a daily life example. Like everybody wants a mobile phone which have a large battery, large display, a large amount of RAM, and large amount of processing power, lot of features in it, but on very cheap price, right? So the cost is also the thing. And the last one is the upgrades of that system. So upgrades of system is again, so a system should be flexible enough, or there should be a room to upgrade in feature also. A example again, for example, old devices like our mobile phones with having KitKat Android version, or maybe Android 5, we cannot upgrade it to Android 10 or 11 because there is hardware limitations. That processor is not fast enough to handle that kind of instructions or that kind of processing for that latest Android OS, or the RAM is not enough to provide, to fulfill all the requirements for it. So it should be have some scope for upgradation or for that in form of hardware as well as in softwares. I hope you might have know about the program or facility by some mobile companies that they can upgrade your mobile phone if you pay some extra cost of maybe 1,000, 2,000. They will change your main board of your mobile with some high RAM and high ROM with it. So if you have a mobile with a 3 GB RAM and a 32 GB memory, you can upgrade it with same processor and all, but with higher RAM, maybe 6 GB, 4 GB, and maybe 64 or 120 GB space in it. So they are providing some upgradation features are there, although they replace all the main board from there. So just an example here.
Himanshu?
Hello.
Yeah.
I think there is some technical issue on my side.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think this is we can end now. This is already we have 7 minutes late.
Okay. Okay, sir. So, sir, over to you. So, is there any questions?
Yeah, question participants may come out with any questions. And yes, Dr. Naveen, you have rightly said that embedded system without internet connection is not IoT device. Actually, this is not internet connection, but this is that networking. The networking facilities we have with embedded system, then it will be called IoT, Internet of Things. But it is also true that without getting connected to internet system, you are not able to transport your data from one place to another. But precisely if we say that what is exactly IoT? IoT is that embedded system which is having some networking facility. It should be different modules need to be networked. And we will be having a special session for that. How we integrate the different modules of IoT and how we can make them to work an integrated task, a particular task. So this was a very good session, I think, because that was more to basics, and discussion with the basic concepts is pretty difficult. So thank you, Himanshu. It was very nice discussion. And for the next session, we are going to be with Naresh Kumar. He is from industry, and he will be able to discuss how to go for prototype development with embedded system. And there are many issues are there, because the advantage of embedded system, that it was very secure because it was standalone system. But today it's not a standalone system. It's going with IoT and different things. What Himanshu said, that it's not a question of AC. It may be your IP camera, or it may be your any other devices. So security is really a very big issue, where you need to select proper microcontroller, as well as what the other system software, whatever the provisions you need to have in order to deal with this security issue. And today, most of the control system, like in engineering, we are having the control systems. Most of that one of the important aspect of engineering is controlling the mechanism, controlling the parameters. You want to control the temperature, you want to control the light, you want to control the acceleration, you want to control speed, or whatever the control you want to have. Most of the control system which were earlier created with mechanical system, now it's shifting to embedded system. And we have to be very clear that most of the system, when we are going with this embedded system or IoT system, we need to be very clear about that security issues. So thank you for this session, Himanshu. And we close this session. And we'll be meeting again at 11:30. We are having only 20 minutes. Have a cup of tea. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.